Hi everyone, welcome into the studio. We're going to do a special video presentation here. This is an elk I painted, and here he is right here, 10 years ago. Matter of fact, for the last 10 years, he's been framed and hanging in my dining room. I really like him. I really like how his face and everything came out on him. This is one of my early wildlife studies. And in the video presentation, I spend a lot of time talking about drawing the elk, the tonal control that we use to establish some of these tones, and some of the things that I look for when I go paint an elk like this. It's a very in-depth 4-hour lesson, so it's great for beginners, and that's what I designed it for 10 years ago, was beginning wildlife painters, those that wanted to step into the wildlife. Okay, so if you want to see some more of these types of lessons, we have a lot of them that were first released as DVDs, and we've taken them out of release. Then drop us a comment down below and tell us what it is that you want to see on the channel, because we're always, looking at stuff to make our channel better. So drop us some comments. Those of you that are membership of the channel, we will put a line drawing, and I'll put some step photos and everything for the membership on the community page for you. So he is a fun lesson. I hope you decide to paint him. I'm also working today. That's what I'm working on right here. I'm working on another big painting. It's a landscape painting I call Through the Wind River. That is going to be coming out for all of my landscape painters, all of my landscape painters that I have online. That one will be coming pretty soon as well, okay? I hope you enjoy this lesson. And if there's something that you need, I've got that right there. If there's something that you need or you don't understand, drop me a comment down there. I go on every day, and I'll go in and I'll answer some of those comments and stuff like that. It's okay? So if there's something you want or something you need, drop me a comment. And I hope that you enjoy this lesson, this long lesson, okay? I'll see you on the next one. Bye-bye. Hi everyone, welcome back to the Jansen Art Studio. I'm David Jansen. Today what we're going to do is continue some of our wildlife studies. This is going to be filmed a little bit differently than we do before with some of our videos. We're going to film this more in what we call the lecture format, where I'm going to be doing a lot of lecturing to you, just like you were in class with me. And I'm going to film it at a slower pace, talk to you a little bit more in depth about the technique and what it is that we're doing. Okay, so you can paint along with me, but it's really good to watch this all the way through, get a good idea, and then just watch it in stages, and a little bit at a time, and work on your painting. Okay, we'll talk more about that as we get into the painting. Well, we're going to be painting an elk, and we're going to be starting some of these format. That what we're going to do is I'm going to show you how we go about approaching different types of painting, from whether it be roses, rose compositions, florals. We're doing elks and wildlife and water and rocks, and we have all different kinds of stuff. But today we're going to look at the elk, okay, the bull elk. I've raised my entire life around bull elk, and I've been very, very close to them. They are a wonderful, magnificent creature. Of course, the Roosevelt bull elk, which is one of the biggest ones we had where I lived up in Northern California. And I get lots of opportunities to take pictures and study them. We're going to talk a little bit about developing, how we're going to develop his muscle structure, how we're going to develop a painting. But I want to talk to you also as an artist, especially you that are beginners or you're looking into getting into your own designs, okay? So what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to show you how I approach sketching a design for the very first time, sketching my own idea, and then also how I go about, if you don't have that, how you can go about and use pictures for your inspiration. Okay, when you use a picture, for example, for today's painting, I went out and I purchased this picture here. Let's just zoom in just a little bit more. Okay, there are lots of different websites out there that you can use to purchase pictures for. You have to purchase them. You have to purchase the visual rights to them to use them to create a painting or anything else. There's a lot of people out there that think, okay, I can just use a picture and I can paint a painting because a painting is different. No, that is not correct. That is not the copyright laws. Okay, that all changed at least 15 or 20 years ago. Paintings are called derivative works of photographs. So if you use a photograph and paint it and use it for that inspiration, you are violating the photographer's copyright on that image. So you must have permission of that artist or that photographer that took that picture to use it, even in your painting, even if you change it. If it at all resembles it, you're in trouble. Okay, so the best way to do that is just to make sure that you're using a copyright-free image, one that belongs to what's called Creative Commons license. That means it's open. Or write to the photographer and ask if you could use it. Or do what I do several times is I come in here and I'll take a painting like this, which is one that I purchased from a website. Now, this photo that's right here cost me $8 just for that photo, for that image. But I bought the rights to use it visually inside of my video here, and to use it into my painting and to make my derivative works and stuff with a painting that I can then go ahead and share with you. And it works. It works very nice. And you're doing the photographer here went through all the work to get all this, and so you need to honor and respect that issue. So even when I create a painting on the internet, a lot of people say, oh, I create a painting on the internet and I put it up on the internet, and they'll just stay at home and they'll copy that to paint that at home, and then it's okay because I'm not using it for commercial. No, that's a violation of copyright laws. It's called derivative works, and you're in violation of that anytime you use any image for any reason whatsoever without the permission of the artist. You are in trouble. Okay, and those fines can get all the way up to $200,000. So it's not something that you want to mess around with. And it's so easy to do it without. Just purchase a DVD, purchase a pattern, and go ahead and paint it. Make sure that artist gives you the right to paint that. When you purchase our DVDs and purchase our patterns, you can paint anything that you want. If you're going to teach it and make multiple copies of it, you have to contact our studio for further permission. But that is the legal way to stay and completely stay out of trouble. Okay, so when you have a painting like this that I want to do, I want to show you how to paint from a photo. So I had to go out and buy a photo, so I can do that, or use one of my own. And I saw this one up on the website. It's a copyright, what is called a royalty-free photo that you can purchase the rights to. And I saw this and I said, oh, that's just almost a painting by itself. So let's use that one. But let's go in here and do that. So here I have my painting. Now, how do you go about transferring or this idea? How do you go about taking this idea? You have the rights to do it with this photo now. So how do you go about doing that, taking this idea? Well, the first thing is, if you have the rights and you purchase this for this, you can just lay clear plastic over this and take the image off of that. I will sometimes do that on some photos that I take of myself, especially if it's like a real complicated anatomy. You may want to get absolutely, straight and stuff. You can do that, and that's a good way to do it. Just put a clear piece of plastic over it, use a pin over it, and take off the lines that you need to do. The other way to do it is to do some sketching, and I want to show you how I go about, because on today's painting here I sketched him in, and you can see my initial sketches, circles and stuff like that here, and I want to show you how I go about sketching it. Because if you're going to do this and you want to get really good at painting wildlife or painting anything, sketching has to become part of what you do. As a decorative painter for over 30 years, I feel that we got too involved with patterns. When I started painting, we didn't use patterns. And, over the years, we got so involved with patterns that people lost the entire idea of sketching. And once they lose that entire idea of sketching, then you no longer have that artistic quality that comes to it. And you saw decorative painting market head more and more and more to the craft side. Not that that's a bad thing, but they don't have the ability to draw more complicated designs because they can't see them. Sketching teaches your eye to see something. And so, and especially it's going to be necessary when you're going to start painting the planes of these animals and trying to get muscle structure and stuff like that into them, rather than just having a base coat of a brown for an elk. Okay, so we need to learn how to sketch. So let's go down. So basically what I do when I take an animal like this is I start to break up his form. So here's his main body form that you see right here. It is to an oval. And what I do is I sit down and I put down that oval just like that, okay? And then what I do is, and on this, because he's an elk, whether he's an elk or he's a horse, they have a slightly longer neck. You got to generate that neck. And so that neck can be generated with a smaller little oval, just coming right up into the front part of the body here. And on an elk and everything, you'll notice that that neckline comes right down to the shoulder line, right in there where that main shoulder is, right there. And so those are two lines that I bring almost together right here. So when I start to look at how I'm going to break this photo up here into circles, how would I break that up? I'm going to break that one up there. There's going to be the shoulder circle here. The neck circle is going to go right in here like this, and you'll see those two are almost touching. You can almost see that and see that one there almost touching. So that's what you want to make sure that those touch right there. This round back of here, the rump of the elk, it's just like the rump of the horse. It's a big thing. And in actuality, it's almost like just a big circle right here. You could actually start that out with a circle and then start to take this down into its oval shape from that particular point there. And once I establish those ovals here, then I can start refining. But then we have one last one that's right here. And this is going to be the direction at which he looks. So usually what I do first is I take a line and I draw it down a line like, what direction do I want him to look? Then I take that into its oval here. That's going to be the oval, about the area that it's going to occupy here. Now, there's one thing about an elk, and it's like that way with the horse and everything else. You'll see that it's wider here at the points of his eyes. As a matter of fact, I have a blow-up of this. Let's look at that. It's wider right here at the points of his eyes than it is right down here. So it actually tapers down. His head and everything tapers down. Just like a horse and just like most animals, they'll taper down quite a bit. An elk tapers down more than a cow does, but the cow still, tapers down. And so what you're going to do, what I do is first I put in the horizontal line right across here. That's going to tell me where his eye is going to go. And then that line has got to also go to where his nose is going to go, right into this particular area. And his nose will be kind of a round, almost a square shape there. And this will be the position of his eyes. Now on the elk, they're going to be they're going to be a oval shape that's going to go right down in here. His forehead is going to come down this way a little bit and down this way, and these will start to round down. These shapes will start to round down. But right from this point here and this point here, he will start to taper down. Now, if you look close, you start to look at the elk here. And this is where I got to tell you that sketching helps you see. You'll see, you can basically see this line that comes down here, and then there's a line that comes down here. This is basically his face. This is the side of his face here. So, and when you start to refine that oval, you would drop a line down this way, you drop a curved line down this way, and then it would gently come back up this way. Then he'll have the lower part of his mouth right in here. So as you start to develop his shapes here, of course his ears will be ovals coming out this way and this way. As you start to develop that shape, that's what I do when I start to draw him into here. Okay, so you'll see that I originally started out here with the oval, then I kind of squared it up a little bit, drew my line that's right across here, drew my line that's right here. So this eye and his nose stay in parallel here. Then I drop this line down for the side of his face here and this one in here. That tells me where his face is. And then I draw a few more little lines somewhere around in here to help get the structure or help get the flow of his fur. If you have here, you have this flow that I wanted to do. So I see a big mass right here, and that's what I want to make sure that I'm going to portray right into that area, that you see that big mass. Okay. Now, as you start to look at areas like his shoulder and stuff here, start looking at this. So you can actually see, because of his body shape, because of the roundness and everything of his body shape, you see the line here of the pattern that you have here. See, and so basically, what this is you see this line here. When you start to see this line here, almost falls in parallel here with this neckline. And so that's one of the things I establish here. And then I draw this line in like this. That tells me where the shoulder is going to go. And then the point of the shoulder here, I round up just a little bit here. And so I start refining this original oval that I did. I start lining it up a little bit into the strokes that we're going to use and the shapes that we're going to use. And that's going to help you as you start to look at the elk itself. You can see here and you can see the line. So our ovals, then I start to, so I set in this oval. And then after this oval that I have here, I set in this oval. Then I just start to sketching and refining my line. I want to put in this little hump that he has here. So I'll put in the idea of this little hump here and break it down. Now, one of the things that I do, it all depends, how much I sketch or how I sketch. Usually depends on the technique that I'm going to use to paint. So that's one of the things that you have to kind of get answered fairly quickly, because I sketch as I paint. And I use very, very few curved strokes when I'm going to be painting elk. I'm going to use a lot of straight strokes, and that's what a lot of wildlife painters do. So what I do is, rather than just rounding down, or like here you might see this rounding shape that's round here like this. Okay, that's the back of his rump right here. You might see this rounding shape. But I don't use it like that. I don't sketch it like that, because I break up this into strokes or lines that I might use to give that do it with straight lines. So here you see I've done it here, and I've done it here, and I've done it here, and I'll have that secondary line here. So you may have the back of his, the back front part of his thigh here, and then I'll break this up and break up his leg. I'll start breaking it up into the straighter strokes that I will use into to painting it there, because I'm not going to use curved strokes. Now, why don't we use curved strokes? Because light doesn't bend. Light goes in straight angles. And so artists that paint a lot of wildlife and paint a lot of Ultramarine paintings and paint, the more casual effects of it without a lot of blending, they paint tones in straight lines, because light doesn't bend. Light doesn't go around a corner. You shine a light on something. If I shine a light on this paper here, it doesn't bend around and hit this other side over here. And because it doesn't bend, because it goes in a straight line, the artist is always painting in straight lines. And so that's something we're going to use. One of the things as I start to look, so I start to refine my sketch. Now, that is just going to come with time, okay? That's going to come with time, being able to sketch this. But you start with just very simple shapes, and we'll have other educational videos on sketching and stuff. If you're brand new to this, just take the lines, take some clear plastic and take the lines off, or transfer your pattern. But as you're transferring that, start to look for straight lines and start to look for the ovals and circles and squares that would be used to draw that particular part of the anatomy of this elk, okay? I like to look at all kinds of artists. This is Bob Kuhn, who I just absolutely loved his work. He passed away about 10 years ago. This is one of his elks, and you can see just the roughness of his strokes that he has here. Look at the blue touches. He just puts in those touches of cools and cool grays and cool violets right in the to counter those tones here. But he paints a lot in very straight and very structured strokes here. Even when he's painting curved antlers and stuff like that. And of course, one of the finest and the father of all wildlife painting is a man named Carl Ringus, and I show this on some of our educational networks and stuff. This is one of his paintings, and I love this because you can see his initial laying in of painting and how he would paint these two mountain goats here, and you can see the angular strokes that he's using even to set in the shapes, the lights and shadows of these ram here. And we can look up a little closer here, and you can see the angular strokes that are used, even when he sets the angles of those, and the angular strokes that are in here to help set some of those shapes are absolutely wonderful to do that. There's all kinds of, this is another Bob Kuhn where he's painting the rams and stuff like that. And so you will see a lot of straight strokes that are used to impart this one this direction, this one this direction, this direction. And of course, an artist can soften that by, there's a stroke here, but then there's another stroke here that takes it down. There's a dark stroke here this way and one this way here, and those two play against each other. So what you have to do is we've got to determine, as we paint this elk today, we've got to determine the angle at which we're going to be painting that, and how do we best represent the form of that element with the angle of our brush. And we'll talk about that as we get going. But it's nice to look at other artists. These are more artists today that paint all different kinds of elks, and you can see all different kinds of angular strokes that are used to paint some of these beautiful, magnificent paintings and looks, and you can just see the roughness of that, and it just gives this such power to that particular painting. Okay, so let's get in and let's start talking about, we'll set some of our photos up. Now, the other thing that I do is I also take other photos that I have, other photos of other elk that are around, and I'll have these all the way around me here to I set them up all around me just to kind of like get totally immersed into the elk. And so you may sometimes take a little coloring under stroke out of one, out of the other. And of course that has to all be changed because of lighting and position and all that kind of stuff. But you may want to, it's like on the photo of this one that I bought here, I did not like these two straight big horns coming up here like this off of this guy. I thought they were just like telegraphs taking you right out of the painting. So I'm adding into the painting here, I'm going to age him 1 year and add another set of the horns here like this that are going to be pointed slightly in. That will hopefully round the viewer's eye back down just a bit here and get you right back up into the painting. So it will reduce the power of this point just a little bit. I could also do that just by blurring these out just a bit so they're not quite as powerful and stuff, and we'll talk about that as we go into the painting. Okay, so I put down my initial sketch. I put down some ideas here for this, and like I say, when you're starting out, you can take that pattern right, if you own that photo, you can take that pattern right off of that photo. Or if you've purchased a DVD or a pattern from us, you can just transfer that pattern. But even as you're transferring that, start to look for some of the planes that you'll use as you start to sketch. And here, and start looking for the ovals that you put together to put together an elk here. And he's a little different, but he looks close enough here that I captured him enough that I'm going to do that. And plus, if I get so wrapped up in making those lines absolutely perfect at this point, it'll make my painting stiff, and I don't want to do that. I want to paint very, very casual. Okay, so let's get into some of the painting. Now I'm going to be using some fusion brushes here. Of course, we have a list that's provided with you with the video and stuff of everything we use. I'm going to be starting with my 3/4 inch and doing some of my blocking in. I plan on using globalized colors here. These are the basic colors of the Painted Simply, which are your black and white and your warm Naphthol Red Light, your cool red violet, your Hansa Yellow. To that, I'm going to be adding today the pine green as an intermediate green. This is a nice, warm, beautiful painting burnt umber. I'm going to change the blue out this time from a phthalo blue that I always paint with. I always paint with phthalo blue, right into an ultramarine blue. Okay, the ultramarine blue, more of a blue violet. It'd be a nice. The ultramarine blue, everyone thinks ultramarine blue is cool. And in most situations, ultramarine blue looks very, very cool because it's cooler than the reds and the yellows that we're using. Okay, but ultramarine blue, there's not a single manufacturer today of ultramarine blue that is cool. It is actually a warm color. It's just a little bit warm. Okay, but it is. It looks overall in this type of painting that I'm going to do here, it's going to look cooler than the phthalo blue that I usually use. And rather than cooling phthalo blue down with some with some red violet and stuff, I'm going to use that to just hit a few blue areas and stuff and get that coolness in. I'm also going to add to it my favorite elk painting colors, which are the yellow oxide and the burnt sienna. These two colors that you see here are just almost the colors of the elk already in the painting there, and so they're just magnificent to have. They're beautiful opaque colors, nice and warm, and they're a good thing to start out with. Okay, so I have a few of those. I have a nice close up here when we get into the face and doing that. And let's get started into our painting. The first thing that I'm going to be doing here with this particular painting is also this is kind of figuring out what I'm going to be putting in and around. One of the things that we want to do is we want to be able to pop his head here right off of this area here. So whatever we do here, whether we put a rock or something out into here, this has to be a little bit more soft up into this area than some of these other areas here. So that head is really, really going to come forward. I really liked in this photo, the light area of this rock that's kind of blurred, and his head is playing up against that rock, and if it was playing up against this grass, you wouldn't be able to see it quite as much, but it's playing up against that rock. So that might be something that we consider doing, is adding that rock right in there. First, though, let's just take some nice yellow oxide. We'll add just a little bit of our burnt sienna to this, yellow oxide, burnt sienna. We'll tone that down. We want to gray that down. This is going to be for some of our ground and our backing here. And one of the colors that will gray that down really nice is some ultramarine blue. And you see immediately how that gets down this, it grays it. It'll green it slightly, but it'll gray it down. And let's just lighten it up just a bit with a little bit of white. And you're coming out with this nice kind of a toned, taupey kind of color. That'll be kind of pretty for us to have in there. We can also toss in a little black and a little green here. Now see, all of these colors that we add into this as you play with this out in through here are just going to give you lovely color variations through here. Let's get that. It's a little bit too green here. Let's get some of that. Let's even toss in a little burnt umber. And so I'll change these colors. What I'm looking for. What are you looking for with this? It's just a nice tone. I want to make sure that I have my yellow oxide, even a little burnt sienna into that here. These are my elk colors. And so I want to make sure, and no matter what I do, that I'm going to be including my elk into some of these colors. That's going to give my elk harmony with its background here. So let's just toss some of this in. And a lot of artists start with a pre-toned canvas. I don't necessarily do that. I just pull over like this, pull some of those colors in, and let's just wipe out of the elk just a bit. But let's just push some of this color in right in here like this. Use our paper towel and push some of that in and around. I use all different kinds of techniques when I start paintings. And because I'm a technique painter. I love to try different things and different techniques when I go to paint something. I just don't always paint the same technique. And one of the things that, like I say, a lot of artists start is with tone paintings, and they'll start with an overall tonal wash. Many times, especially if I'm starting a landscape and stuff, you'll see me grisaille, like in the Art of Wildlife Landscapes books and stuff. A lot of those I started out with grisaille in the back. Well, those are much bigger paintings, and so I don't really need to do too much of that here right now, because this is a smaller painting. We're more focused up into the part, or up into the front here. Let's add a little more yellow tones up in here. This is just, all this is going to cover up and disappear. This is just to give me a little look and some coloring here, for my elk here. And I want to be very rough with this, okay? Now we'll lighten this up, soften this up a bit, and we'll put in the next back hill back here. Okay, like it's going to be heading, and you can actually gray this or blue this up just slightly. If you're going to plan on putting any kind of sky or anything like that, bluing this up and heading towards the sky a little bit is a good idea. So let's just toss in a little bit of this. And you're just very casual like this. You don't want to get too much into strokes or anything. We can take a little bit of that color and tie it down into here. This might, show up in some of these rocks up over here in just a little bit. And so you can see what I'm doing here now is all I'm thinking about. All I'm thinking about doing is giving a nice tone quality to the painting. That's all I'm doing. And shifting that tone slightly through some of the color spectrums here. So now this is getting a little bit more toned back to here. Maybe we want to have up into this top corner, let me move over just a bit, up into this top corner here, maybe we want to have a little sky. So let's just take a little blue right down here and let's take some white, take that blue right into some of that gray. Let's take some white so we get a nice soft kind of a sky blue color here, but it's very, very grayed here. That's a pretty color. See, that's cool, a little cooler looking, almost like a violet looking here to it. And let's toss that right in here. Like, we might not see too much of that because we might put trees and stuff like that. But let's just toss a little bit of that in there right now. So when you look at that, see, that's a pretty soft, beautiful color. And it's because I'm tossing all these colors together here. Let's toss a little bit of that where we might have some rocks and stuff up here too. Again, this is just a little tonal look, or maybe we'll toss a little bit right into here where we're going to have his face maybe go right up against the rock. And the warmth of his face might really play against that rock really nice right in there. So we'll put a little bit of that tone in there so we can see that. And, you know, maybe we're going to have some other mountains and stuff like that back here. We don't know yet. Okay, then we can take some of these greens and grays we had here, take it a little bit more to the blue side here. So this is becoming a little bit more blue here and gray kind of colored here. And if we want, you know, if we're going to have some mountains or something back here, maybe that color will come in right back here. So maybe we'll have behind this other hill, so we'll have like 3 hills here. Let's do that. So it's going to be quite a bit different than what I'm painting here. I'm just using mostly the elk here. And I like to give sky, I like to give, you know, some mountains and stuff like that into a painting. I like to do that. Of course, this is not going to be a video basically concentrating too much on that. This is going to be a video concentrating on this elk. But this is just kind of a nice way I get this elk in here. And I got some nice tone qualities here. So here I'm starting out with most of my yellows, little greens into here, into this area. And then I gray it up a little bit more. You can add a little black to it. You know, any of your colors. Start tossing all these colors of your paintings. Start tossing them in together. And make it a little bit lighter, a little bit more toned right up into here. That's going to cause it to recede. As things recede, they're going to become more like the sky. And we want to paint very casual like this because we want these collisions of lines here, especially out into these background areas. That will allow us, when we go to paint this elk, for him to really pop forward. And once we've popped him forward, then we can go back and add even more details or something like that to the backs of those paintings, what we want to do, okay? So getting some of that blue in there, you see these beautiful colors that come here. Now, we can warm. Let's just take a little bit more warm, like a yellow oxide here, and let's just warm, and you'll see now you're traveling your colors. You'll see that yellow oxide warmth right up in here and to the front here, a little bit more of that warmth here. And this is basically visually what we're going to do to the painting here. So if I start to paint this area here, everything I paint up here, more pure yellow oxides and stuff like that here, just get that other tone in here. So let's step back just a bit and you can see more. You can see that your eye is going to come right into here and then softly go back into that. Okay? And we want to use some softer gray colors right back in through here that will pop his face off against that. So there might be a big old rock right in there, just so we can pop his face off here. And just take your paper towel and back it off of your pattern there. You don't need anything perfect yet, but back it out so you don't lose your pattern. I just want to see the tone of what that tone is going to play against there. And we can drag a little bit of that down here, okay? So this sits in just a real soft, casual tone, a little brighter, a little warmer right up here. I use the blues into the skies and real gray down. So here you can see on my palette here, you can see my colors, and you can see right where that yellow oxide goes. And if I start adding any kind of burnt sienna or something down in here, this will really start to pull this whole area forward. As I'm going to, you know, into the painting, you can see what's going to happen. So I can see where I'm going to be using my colors darker brighter here. Well, you know, and let's look at one thing in here because it happens into the photo. And this is the softness things that, you know, the artist needs to be able to be aware of. The brighter red-orange that's right here is brighter than what you're going to find right back down in there. Okay, so you'll see colors slowly soften and diminish, and you'll see colors actually become very grayed right back in here, even in this short spans of time, right back in here into the shadows and stuff like that. So that's something that we might want to capture in just a little bit. Okay, now let's go in and we'll let this kind of tack up just a little bit around to the outside edge there, because it, you know, we put on this thin wash. This is just like a tonal wash over the painting here. This is not what it's going to be like, but this just helps me see just a little bit into the future of what this painting is going to be looking like. Okay, but like I said, as I'm applying this, we want it a little brighter in the front, and we want it grayed, more to the blue grays stuff heading to the back, because that blue, that gray back here, that blue will look very cool against this color. Now, with that in mind, we'll step back just a touch more here. Let's go in and let's start working just a little bit on the. We'll start analyzing the body here of our elk, and the warmth in the body and the colors here of our elk. I'm going to go to a larger brush, like a number 10 flat, an older number 10 flat, and we'll start basing in just a little bit here of the elk, and start looking for some of the tone. The first thing off here, what I'll do is I'll set this right up over here. Let's move this over here. Maybe step back just a bit more here so we can get a little more in focus. I'm going to push these off to the side. I love to do collisions of the colors and stuff here, because and mixing in here, because that just adds so much to your painting. And, you know, I try not to be clean with my tones. I try to be very modelly and dirty with my tones, and I shift from one to the other. You can't do that with low quality acrylics. It takes an artist quality acrylic to do that, because a low quality acrylic is just going to die and give you mud. These won't. Okay, so what I'm going to do here is let's take down some yellow oxide here. Okay, this is going to be a main painting tone here for that. It's a little bright to the yellow to have that, and then I'll take over here some burnt sienna. Now, one of the things we're going to do is we're going to want to paint a light to dark into our animal here, okay, and capture some of these. But we're also going to be looking at being an artist and graying some of the receding tones. So, you know, you may see him overall, you know, you see the values of light and dark, but we're also going to be adding some gray tones in there that we know should be there, but you may not be able to see because of the photograph, because the camera can't capture them. So we'll talk about that as we get going. But first off, what I want to do is establish kind of a light to a medium tone, find something that's in him there. So I'm going to take some yellow oxide and some white, okay, and we'll make a light tone here, and just a light, you know, like I say, you know, many times I'll pull out a value scale and look at the value scale to the photo, but I've been doing it so much I don't really need the value scale as much. But what I do need is to get, you know, I can hold it up against a photo or so just to get an idea of the lightness. I just need to get in the ballpark. And so this is up around a value 8 or so, you know. Now, the one thing that you'll see right away is the yellow is going to be too yellow for that particular part of the animal there. So it actually needs a little bit of this burnt sienna. So if I start adding a little bit of this burnt sienna here, I start to capture that main color. Let's get a little bit more. And so in the elk, a lot of times in the elk, their body is basically a variation of orange. Okay, so I start to hit that right in there, and it gets a little bit more of that burnt sienna. So it has quite a bit more burnt sienna than what you think into that, and maybe just a touch more light into that, because that burnt sienna will darken it here. And so, but I don't want to overmix. I'm just going to show you. This is a good tone right in here, right now. That is a good tone, right? You can see it's a good tone right for that elk. So it starts to capture that elk. But any of these right in here, I can have that tone slightly over here towards the yellow a little bit more, or right over here towards the burnt sienna a little bit more. Those are all beautiful tones right there. Right in this area, start right here. All these tones right in here our beautiful tones to start painting that elk here. So we have yellow oxide plus white, and then we start taking it to the orange side. We'll find that tone. And then I model it up a little bit. I don't always use it pure. But let's come in here and let's just start setting in. This is going to be his main body tone here. Now you see, you can pull down like this. Coon would pull across sometimes. I'm just going to start setting in some tones right here. And you can see as I set this in, I want to start to set the roundness here to his body. And basically the roundness to his body is going to be set with a stroke going this way. You can set this way, okay? But if you set this way, that takes the viewer on a journey front to back. And really what I want to do is pull the roundness down like this. So what I would do if I want to do this, I'll set in this tone in here, and then I will darken this down just a bit. Let's even add just a bit of burnt umber where it's not quite so orange. And sometimes if you want to gray something down or not so warm, you can add just a touch of that ultramarine blue. But let's just gray this down just a bit. A little burnt umber and just a little bit of blue. This tone doesn't have to be perfect right now. It's just an idea, just to show you something here. And I can go this way on this, which would send you front to back. But if I just do a short stroke like this, change the tone slightly, short stroke like this, this will start to take your eye down. It'll start to bring your eye down this particular way. And sometimes I'll take the tone and then one right next to it like this. And so we start to build this together like this, and so this starts to take the body down like this. And this is what a lot of artists do when they're starting to build it. Rather than taking one big shape following like in deco painting, we'd float the shadow out around through here like that. We don't want to do that, okay? We want to break this up into some shapes. Let's start to look at some of these shapes. So maybe this tone here may be a bit more yellow. We're going to adjust these tones. This is just the beginning, okay? This is just the beginning. This gives us just our first look, but we can add a little shape and form when I do this. So I'll take this light tone that I have here. I'll start to look wherever I see light, and I see light right up into this area, and you can see I'm picking this angle here because I want this to fold this way. And if you look up real close, you look at the hair here on his leg, you can see almost the feeling of it going that way. We do have a light stroke that's going to be coming down here. You can see a light and you can see a light. Do you see that? And you can see right here a tone stroke that would be right here of a shadow. And of course one that's going to be right there, okay? Which we'll show you that in a second. But so that's what I'm calling it is my eye is seeing this coming like this, okay? And then if I wanted to express that more tone stroke there, maybe a bit of burnt sienna into this, I can express this front part of the leg here with a stroke that's like this. Now I don't want to go too long, but let's just drop that tone stroke that's in. Then I can take a little what we call here, so we'll step back just a bit here. Okay, so then I can do what we call half tone that. Let's step back just a bit more. So I established that tone that's there. And so, which is right here, which is the brown with a little bit of that burnt sienna. The brown and blue I'm using as a real nice shadow, and that blue cools that brown. You could also use red violet in that to cool that down, or purple in there to cool it down. Any of those would work, okay? Any of that would work. We're just beginning, okay? So I'm going to take some of this. So I put this down. Now I've got a difference between these two. And all you do is take a little bit of that, a little bit of that. Let's just touch here for a second. And you create what we call the halftone right in between the two. And you strike that. And that softens the expression. Sometimes we might take just a little bit of an angle of the stroke that's right between those two. And that helps round the leg there at the same time. Let's take just the idea. Let's cool this off just a bit. Take just the idea here. I love burnt sienna and blue too. Of this back strike right here. There's going to be that nice shadow there. We might take that with a little bit of a halftone here and just soften that just a bit. Just one or two strokes there just to soften that. And sometimes I'll tap it, and you see I wipe my brush all the time right here like this. So now I know what, I've captured this real darker area, a mid-tone area, and the light area. It's not perfect, but I'm starting to capture that particular, look of the tone. And that's what I'm doing first. It's just going through, kind of finding the tones, working off of a base tone and changing it a little bit, okay? We go more to a lighter yellow tone. So let's move right up here to our lighter, little more yellow, oxide, and white, which is right up here into this tone. And that'll help us here with the tone here on his rump, which I want to go that way, and I want to go down, and I want this light tone to come right back down like this and around the back side of his leg a little bit here. Remember, I'm painting in straight lines. I don't go like that. Painting in those straight lines. And we'll go ahead and drop that right in there up here towards this light. We'll go ahead and paint out some of our line there just a bit. Okay. And it really, when you look at that tone here, it really gets light right up there. So you could even put a little bit more light. It's a little soon to do that, but it would be a little bit more light right in there if you wanted to go ahead and drop that in. If I was painting fast, I'd hit that tone right in there like that. Okay. Then I see this tone right in here into this area here. So you have the light. Right in here, you see it get a little bit darker. That helps the roundness of it. This is the inside of his rump back there, and the inside of his leg here. But you see that tone get a little bit darker, maybe a little yellow, maybe a little burnt sienna, and the browns and stuff here. Slightly more on the yellow side than the orangeness of him, and so you'll see that tone is just a little bit more to the brown side there. It could be a little lighter that I have there, but I don't have to be perfect with this, just so you just see that right there. Maybe bring that down here. Now, then you start to soften it into some of your other tones. So I start to head some of my yellows and into some of my lighter base tone here, just to soften those edges just a little bit with a stroke or two. So you can see I'm just kind of rounding his tone up there like that. He has a little bit of a dark tone, nice dark, which is the point of his rump there. And that tone comes right down here like that, a little point. See, it's almost like a little tiny triangle shape there. And then we'll soften that right back up here and head right back to where we were, right back up here. Kind of put that in. Just some half tones in here just to soften those tones together right there. Like that. And if you start to look close, and this is what took me a long time, so it might take you a few paintings, but when you start to look close here at this, you see his rump here rounds this way. It comes out and around. It goes up and down right in there like that. And so you have what these soft shadowy tones here, and the artist can see you can take a stroke up like that, or I could also see you could take a stroke here like this, but it's got to be a slightly darker tone than it's appearing here and here, okay? And then I want to do some type of angle. The angle at which you stroke is very important. What you don't want to do is round it like that, because that won't do anything for it. What you want to do is take a little bit of this tone, this shadowy tone right in here. And since I have this angle here, I might just not use that angle. I might just come down just a little bit here like this. Okay, and just express this angle here. Maybe walk this up just a bit like that. And this will help. Let's get it just a touch darker right here. This will help right there say where that area, that front edge, leading edge of that rump is, that back leg, and we'll just keep that tone. So you do it with tones. So that shadow tone, see that shadow tone there is saying that's where that rump is right there. And if you wanted to start getting a little bit more specific with your tones, you can see right in here, here's your base tone. You can see right in here you have a little bit of light. Now you can just take a little warmer yellow or light or white here. So let's step back just a bit, a little warmer yellow or light right in here. And let's just take a little bit of that, and let's just drop some of that right into the front so it's a little bit lighter right there. And you can see, and we'll angle that just a bit there and angle that like it's going to go into his rump there, and you can see how you can start to build that front leg away from there. But look at the tones and tone qualities here. Now, some artists would come in there and blend and blend and blend and blend and blend. And that, one of the things that you have to concern yourself with, is that wrong? No, that's just a different look, okay? But one of the things you got to concern yourself with is hanging this painting on the wall. And if you're going to hang this painting on the wall and you step back 3 feet, your eye will start to blend these tones together. So as you start to step back, when you're looking at the painting like this, you're seeing the tones. But as I start to step this back, what happens is your eye starts to blend those tones together. And so you see those areas. And so the interest becomes softer because of the visual, what we call optical blending. It's called optical blending, where your eye starts to blend those together. So what makes the artist's technique is how much do you leave that separation of those tones and that separation of that texture and the separation of that stroke. I may step way back from this and decide, ooh, that's just a little bit too much right there. So I just run my finger through it just a bit there to try to soften up and blend down that tone or that shadow area right in there and push those tones across there so I don't give his leg that much forward. Or maybe I might touch this just a little bit like this just to soften that area there. That is all going to be part of your technique. As you see, Bob Kuhn is much more, casual with his tones and powerful with his tones, but that makes his paintings gorgeous when you set them on the wall. You look up close and you go, oh my goodness, didn't the guy know how to soften any tones? No, it's fantastic because he knew exactly how much it was going to be when it hangs on that wall. And that took me the longest time of anything when I switched from decorative painting into painting these types of paintings and everything, because in decorative painting we would float color or blend or mop to get these smooth transitions, and then hang them on the wall and they'd look like plastic, and we don't want to do that, okay? So we got to learn just how much of that tone needs to come out. But a lot of times into the painting, you can do that also just with like your finger or another brush or another tone. Now, a lot of artists would leave that. Decorative painting might come in here and soften that just a bit like that, so you get a softer expression of that tone going there. But if you do it too much, you lose it, see? If you do it too much, you'll lose some of that painting, some of the beauty of that particular painting. And so the odds are, let's look at a different elk here. Look at the different tones. Now that you see that, see the light tone, and it's changing here. And you see really quite a stark departure between the light and the dark here on this part of his rump. Here, you see it. It's not blended into each other. So it wouldn't be proper to do too much blending, okay? So let's continue on down. Let's bring back the elk here, okay? And we're going to have right down into this area a medium tone. See the medium tone that struck right into here? Now, I can strike it like that, or I can drop it down like that. It has a little bit more burnt sienna into it here. So as I'll step right over here so you can still see the colors and everything here. As I'll take a little more burnt sienna in with this here. Maybe a touch of brown, just a touch of brown with that burnt sienna here. And we'll adjust these tones further later on into the painting. This is just our first look, but I might just come in, that's a little dark. So we'll lighten that just a bit. That's a little better. So we'll come in here, we'll just put that tone right there, and we'll just come in, and maybe I'll strike some going this way, strike some different ways. You might even take one or two little strokes like that. We'll put some of that in there, some of that shape in there, and then we'll come back like that. We'll just take some of that out there a little bit, just push it around a bit, and then we'll darken that down here. A little bit of burnt umber. Maybe, and we're going to cool it. It's heading to a shadow, so cool it. A little bit of blue, of that ultramarine blue would be pretty into that. You could have a touch of black, or even, since it's into the real dark shadowy there, you can have a little red violet into that. Just a nice, real deep, darker tone. And of course, we're going to vary that tone. The next time I paint it, I'll probably use a slightly different color. So we'll drop some of that tone right in there. We'll see some of it just kind of hit and miss going out here like that. So we'll catch that, just that part of him like that, just push, and maybe that way and that way a little bit, and tap and use the edge, almost sketchy with the brush like that. So you can see we set that tone. So you can see how you start to round up and get some of that into him now. Now let's take some of that dark tone that we had there. Might as well use that. I like to constantly mix, but for the speed and efficiency of the painting here, we're just going to drop some of this dark tone back in here into his back leg, and notice the straight strokes that I'm doing, that I'm using to impart that. You'll have a half tone or a medium tone right between those two right there. Let's just restate that light tone right there like that. So those will come down like that. We can take some of this light tone and just drop it. You'll see just little streaks of it there coming down this way. Little streaks of it there. So let's just, quickly make a quick statement that we see that, and then let that stay like that. And so you've just real quickly set in that back leg like that. A little bit of that dark tone right here onto his, would be like his knee here. Okay, and we'll go back to our burnt sienna, medium type tones. Maybe a little, change it up, a little bit of yellow into that, because it's a little bit yellowish here. Some of that going right up here. We'll walk it up his leg a bit. So I'm pulling at that angle. Now his knee is changing, the angle is going to come down this way. I might see a little bit of that tone, and a little bit of the orangey tone, and a little bit of that dark tone, all right there onto his leg. Right there in that area. It's a little bit wide, big leg, but you'll see that there. So you see, I'm looking at it here. Now let's look at there. What did I see there into that photo? Well, look at this photo that's right there. See? Here's your dark. Here's your yellowish kind of tone right there. And here's the dark to the front and kind of a medium tone there. I don't have to capture it perfect. I just have to capture some of that expression right there like that. And I capture the look of his leg. I can refine a little bit more. It's a little quick to do that, but I might, when I go to refine, I would be striking that lighter tone again right back into there. Okay, right back into that area. Sorry, you didn't see that. So striking that tone. And that's one of the things I'll do is I'll look first, and this is very, very important. First, we look at the overall, the grandness of the tone, the grandness of the thing. And I usually break it up into at least 3 values, which is the light, the medium, and the dark. Here of what I seen, sometimes a few more. Then what I do is, and so this area you might paint as just one tone, which is pretty much what I did in here. Then later on I start to see this tone, and then I see this tone here, and then I'll see a subtle little tone striking this way that is slightly darker than what is showing right here. And so my eye starts to focus in a little bit more and a little bit more and a little bit more into these tones. Now, when you're beginning, that's hard to see. Okay, that's hard to see. It's going to take you a few paintings to train your eye to see some of this stuff. But it will come. Trust me, it will come. And so and that's why you follow along with lessons that are teaching you how to see. I get so many students, it's just like, oh, I looked at your stuff and I tried to paint it, and I couldn't do it. Well, of course you can't paint it. You never took a lesson to teach you how to see. And that's what I'm trying to do right now, is to teach you how to see. But like driving a car or anything else, it's going to take some practice, okay? So we're going to take some practice. But look how many tones are now inside this area here. And pretty quickly, we've done it in 30 minutes or so. We've established some of those tones that we're going to use in our painting, okay? All right. Let's continue on here. We'll have some of this light tone. Let's take some of this, maybe slightly more to the yellow side here. Let's just push it in. Now, on his shoulder here, I see the angles of this going this way. So here comes the light tones in this way on him. There, okay? And then I see it angled up here just a little bit this way. So on the shoulder, I might paint this way. This one I might drop down this way here. You know it's the same color. I see a little bit, so I see that there. What do you see here? That's a little bit more yellow and then a darker area right up there. So I'll add just a little bit more yellow. Let's get our yellow oxide here. Yellow that up just a bit more. Let's establish a yellow tone right into this area here. That'll go right into that one. Kind of yellowish. Just a little bit of that yellow tone, and then a little bit towards that burnt sienna tone that'll come right up in here. That will take him that way, here, like that. Okay? And just use the tip of the brush and just put in a few strokes there. That burnt sienna type tone will come right up here, up by the backside of his ear. We'll drop some of that in there. And maybe some of that will come down this way into his neck area there. Okay, and then this slowly goes a little bit more burnt sienna right into burnt umber. So we'll take that burnt sienna right here. What do you see here? Okay, burnt sienna right into some of that burnt umber right there. You see that? So we'll come into this middle area with some burnt sienna and burnt umber here, and then we'll go right over to our burnt umber right down in here. And then as we head to the deepest, coolest part, maybe we'll take just a little bit of our blue here right into our burnt umber right over on this side, so we cool that down just a little bit more. You can even add a tiny, since it's heading right over that, it's a little soon, but it's a little bit of black. Sometimes the more you do this, I have to be careful, because the more you do this, the faster you'll be getting at seeing tones and applying them like this. And you'll want to just go, 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 go. So now when you look at this, see, we pretty quickly captured the feeling of that area here on the, on the elk here. We pretty quickly captured this feeling here. Let me just fold this over here and go like this, okay? So you can see the area of the elk that you're going to do here from the lighter orangey kind of tone. Now we have to break it up a little bit further, but you want to be able to capture, that particular thing here. So when you look at the elk overall here, let's see if we're capturing some of the feeling here of some of that particular elk. We're capturing that. We're capturing the feeling of him here. Okay, and we're a little gray here, but that's what I say what we have to do, because he that grayness, you can see right in here, that grayness helps him round, over that way, okay? And so that's something that the artist, you may not see in the photo, but the artists know that grayness has to be there. That's what I said earlier. And so we know that, that's something we have to do. So we start picking apart a little bit more here. We'll see kind of a rounding shadow tone here. So I'll go right over here to a little bit with my burnt sienna right here. And we'll come right in here like this, and we'll just take that strike right here. Maybe it goes up and down like this a bit onto this side, because that will point his shoulder up a bit more. Then those tones have got to come together just a bit. We'll take a soft little bit of that yellow right here. We'll just draw those two tones together, maybe a half strike right down there. It gives you a little roundness to that shoulder. I want a little bit more here, so I'm going to take a little wider strike right here. That gives more power to the muscle, makes it a little bit wider. And I'm not going to blend that out. I'm just going to leave it like that. Now you see this pulling down, slightly darker, pulling down tone right here. What do you see? Right here. And then this pulling down at that angle there. This is going to form the muscles of his leg here. And you'll see it on the other side here. A little bit of this dark pulling down this way on this other side of his leg here. Like that. You'll see some pulling aside here, so between the two, some burnt sienna, some yellow oxide, some of this a little bit softer, not light, not that dark, a little more burnt sienna, a little more yellow oxide, right in there like that, just pulling across the width of his leg there, because his hair is pulling at that angle. That's what I see here. A little bit of a light tone, so grab just a little bit of our light here. A little bit of a light tone, which helps bring the point of that, the back edge of that shoulder higher than the body, the barrel of his chest there. So we'll see just a little bit of that there, like that. Okay, and so see how that helps raise that right off there without using any liner work or anything like that, because you're doing with tones. But I'm going to extend this light up this way. There's a little light strike of it, like right up there, here. And that just helps put in some of those the lightness of those tones there. Now we'll just, there's actually more of a gray, it's a shimmer or light shine. It's just let's even take some of our sky color right into some of our burnt umber right into there, and that makes that kind of grayish tone. That's a shimmer off of his darker hair and stuff there, but we should put that in. Now you see the real dark shadow, and it's even got a cast shadow in there. A cast shadow is a shadow that's caused by his body there. Let's take a little burnt umber and black and some blue or a little red violet in that. Nice dark, dark, dark tone. Let's put it first on his leg, because that'll be the darkest here. Okay, and let's just push that right on down. Maybe a little bit of burnt sienna right here to warm it, like maybe a bit of it gets a little warmer towards the light right there. Right there where his knee would be, right into that area there. Right where that one might be, just a bit there, like that. And then we have to, you look at this tone, see there's just a little bit of a light, a little bit more of a shadow. Let's take a little bit of that deeper shadow stroke right up here, which is going to really help round this big muscle. And then we'll soften that. Grab some of your other burnt sienna over here. Just soften that, just with a stroke. See how that just softens it? Now you got this big rounding muscle right there. And then we'll go back to some of our yellow burnt sienna. See it right here? Yellow burnt sienna, a little lighter right there. And we'll drop that tone in. So really, as you're going around and painting this, you know, some artists can go in and paint the elk, and in some techniques you may see me, depending on the technique I'm using, you may see me go in and pretty much base coat in an elk and then put in some mid-tones and some shadow tones. Or you may see me break him apart like this and going around and painting him. And I like to do it this way, especially if I'm teaching students how to see tones, because now when you look at this, we've got the body, the main body of the elk in, and we've got it in with some shape following tones here, and we can see more. Does that make sense? We can see more of what's going on, okay? Alrighty, so now we go up into the most important part. Well, actually, first I want to take a little bit of this dark and some of this burnt, this real dark burnt umber blue and some burnt sienna, and add just a little bit more of that darker tone right in there into his underneath back there, and that just brings that more to completion right there. Not completely completed, but in there. So make sure you have no holidays or any openings into that part of the canvas, okay? And so now we'll come in here, and I'm going to come in a little closer, and probably one of the best things, we're going to go up and start to paint a little more carefully some of the tones in and around you know, what we're going to see up here into his face. So I'm going to move this all up here, a little dangerous, but we'll do it. And so we can have his face right in here. We can see that, and I'll set this up so it's not completely hitting the painting there. There we go. Alrighty. And I'm going to come in with a flat brush here, like this is a little number 4 flat brush. I'm going to get in a little bit smaller here, okay? And we'll come in and we'll use a little bit bigger photo here of his face here, so we can start looking at what it is that we see. And now you can start seeing, if we're doing that, immediately you see, even like his eye is not a lot of, you know, a lot of times you go in with black and just put the eye in, but his eye is really a burnt sienna yellow first. The majority of it is a burnt sienna yellow. So let's just toss some of that in right away, right into where the area of his eye will be. Burnt sienna and yellow, and I use just the corner of this brush. I don't want to be perfect with it. And then we can toss in just a little tiny touch of some dark burnt umber and burnt umber black, and we'll just go ahead and put it on that side over there. That'll just, to me, I always like to get those darks in, because that kind of sets the beginning of it. Maybe some dark right into this area of his nose. This part of his nose is going to have some dark. This part is going to have some dark. Now notice how I'm stroking straight. I'm not putting in, so I'm looking at this real dark tone that's right here, this real dark tone that's right there. There'll be a touch of that underneath his lip right in there, okay? and he'll have another area touch of dark tone right in here. Now you could start his whole face out with his light, but sometimes when I get to real detailed like this, I like to start out with some darks, finding some of his real darks and seeing him that way. Now on his nose, you can see it's very, very straight right down through here. You can see this tone crosses, and you can see this modeling of this burnt sienna yellowy tone right in there. And then you can see this kind of pulling down at this angle, and look at that dark tone. So that real dark tone, right where I originally sketched it right here, which is going to hold some of his face, is going to be right down in there. Okay? And let's just put the side of his face in. You see kind of a burnt sienna yellow tone here. So let's come right over here with some burnt sienna and a lot of that yellow right in there. Put those two together and see that's going to be a beautiful tone right there for that. That's going to help capture. You can see it almost at the point of a line right here between that eye, the edge of his eye, and down. It's going to join right into this one, and we'll go right down towards his nose. This will start the first tone of his face. You'll see it lighter right up along here. So maybe a little bit more of our lighter yellow or so right up here. We'll put some of that into our brush, and we'll stroke a little bit lighter tone right up here, maybe down this side here just a bit, and a little bit underneath there. Okay, just the edge of that there. So we'll grab that so you see that tone lighten just a bit. A little bit of that lighter tone you can touch a bit here on the corner of his mouth. Here, maybe the corner of his nose gets a bit of that light tone. And then we'll go back up towards our burnt sienna and yellow. Here. Maybe touch more burnt sienna, maybe even a touch of brown, burnt umber into that. And we're just going to model some of this together right now, right up into this area. Okay. And I'll model this together right up here with a little bit of that burnt umber into that. Okay, and we know you know it's going to get a little bit darker right here. Do you see that? It's a little darker right in this area, right below the eye. So I'll grab a little bit more of that burnt umber, and I'll come right below that eye right there. And I want to straighten this line out though. Keep this line kind of straight because it's straight on him. And put some of that in right in there like that. And then it's right in between the two, which is going to be right into this area. It's a little bit of a half tone. So I'm just going to take some of my lighter tones right up here, right into that. Model that up till I get one just about halfway. And just add, so it's a little lighter than what we're using there on the front. Okay. And it's on this side of it, on the left side there. We'll tap a little bit right into there. We'll leave just a touch for that light ring that's going to go around his eye. So now you see you've got some various tones in there. We've got it a little bit more to the burnt sienna stroking down here. We're going to vary these tones and adjust these tones a bit. We add a little bit more light there, bringing them together. But you see them start to come together. Now, the dark here will lighten up a little bit of white into that. So it's, yeah, that's pretty good. So it's kind of a gray, kind of a grayish color here to the front part of his nose. And I may need to make that a little bit lighter. So we'll get a little bit more definition to that. And I'm just going to tap that right in here because we'll add the nostril in with another little color. But that will round over just a bit. There we go. Now, one of the lines that I don't want to lose into the painting, and hopefully I'll remember this all the way to the end of the painting, is that this upper lip hangs up over that lower area there. And I like that in this part of the painting. And sometimes I will come in with even some of my background here, just close. It's not exactly the same. And I'll just very carefully make sure that as I'm working into that area, that's a feature, an anatomical feature that I want to make sure that I preserve into the painting. That his lower part of his jaw, or his lower lip here, will drop down and come out. And sometimes that takes just a bit of playing here. But you see that, and that's that one little thing that's right there. You know, if I was a decorative painter, I just might round that all down to 1. But that little part of the feature right in there just adds so much to the painting. And so that's just something that I want to make sure that I kind of catch and preserve in this painting. So I'll just make sure you see it kind of clearly right now here. That I capture that thing. I'm going to clear it up a little bit more later on here because we got to, you know, it's not really good to get too detailed right now because we got to paint rocks and stuff behind him, and that's going to cause us to have to paint some of him again, but that'll give him more interest too. So let's go to a lighter yellow and white here. That's going to go into his ears. We'll gray it down just a bit here. So up into his ear, which you know, I took off a bit, was going to come right into here. Now his other ear in the photo folds forward and gets a shadow. I want to open it up a little bit more and put some, so I drew it, opened it up a little bit more. I like the light ears playing on them, and I've painted so many of them, I know they'll get the darker little edges here. A little bit of burnt sienna here. Just kind of tap that in for right now. Here, into those. Burnt sienna, a little burnt umber. Just kind of tap that in. Let those colors just kind of play. Remember, some of it in the alla prima we want to be very casual. Now he has this light yellow look, and right up along his eye here, it's part of his eye. It's almost like an eye ring on a bird, and it comes down. And then you'll see some of it underneath the eye. And I want to just use the corner of the brush here and just paint right around, up underneath, and around to the back side like that. That kind of pops his whole eye out. Now I want to take some burnt sienna and stuff into my brush, and I just want to paint up into that and just push and paint up into that and paint it into position there. And we'll take maybe a little bit more yellow into it, more as a half tone. And we'll pull down like this, and when we pull down like this, or you can pull down like at that angle there, that helps build what is the eye socket right there, the big forehead that he has across here. And we'll take a little bit of that across this way. That'll help build his area or his impression of his forehead there. So if you look at this, and this is the kind of thing that took me a longest time to see, but look at this onto his head here. You'll see this dark come right up into here, and then here's the forehead line right into there. So we want to, and that's a line that is very important here. So let me just take a little bit of dark, and so we want to make sure that we preserve that line right there, that dark coming in like that on that edge there. And then you see this. You know, you have to look at what you see here. Then you'll see this lighter color come in like this. That's going to build up his forehead there. And a little bit more burnt sienna coming on the sides. Just a little touch here and there of that burnt sienna coming on the side there. Here's another very important color. See this kind of yellowish tone struck right here like that. What that does is that's kind of rounding that eye socket. Do you see that? So that's one of the times where you could use a very small stroke or a small rounded, slightly curving stroke. Here, I want to put just a little white and a little yellow, a little light color, and I just want to strike, and it's a little bit light, so a little darker. Just strike a slightly curved stroke right in there. We'll tap some of that in, and that's going to help him round his head. Now I got rid of all that back shadow there, so I want to put some of that back in. We need a little bit of shadow, just a corner of the brush. Just kind of tap that back in through there like that. So that'll help him round that down. You can restrike some of your lights here, pull down at that angle there, and you can see you get that side plane of his face pulling down like that. Let's take just a bit of that and just kind of drag that down a bit. And this is usually what I do several times, is I'll paint back and forth between that, a little bit of burnt sienna here. There's that nice little light tone that's going to go right there by his nose. There. See that little light tone that's right there by the edge of that nose? That helps bring that part of the nose up. We have to put his nostril and stuff in. And just paint it into position with a little bit of that burnt sienna right there. And so now, we're not absolutely perfect on it, but now we've got his face starting to advance out, and we can start seeing some stuff. There's other little things as I start to, and I say to you, we start to analyze the tones. And when I analyze the tones, if I want to really define, let me get down to my number 2 here. This is a brush I like to use on them. It's a little bit smaller yet, and so I start to analyze the tones here. If I'm going to start, let's just do a little bit of analyzing here on him, and then we'll go paint some background. Then we'll come back to him again. But I'm going to put a little bit of that light tone right in here, which is the lower part of his mouth and his jaw right there. Maybe soften the edge with a little half tone to the dark there. Right in there like that. Okay. Which I'm going to capture that. Do you see that? There. And then not quite as light. We'll set that in right in here again. Maybe down this side. Just tap them together there, and you get all kinds of, other little tones happening there. Okay. Which is important. Okay. We have slightly a little darker. Let's go up and get a little bit of dark. Slightly a little bit of darkness, which is going to be here, which is going to curve the nostril. That one, we'll reset that one down a bit. It's going to curve the nostril, and we'll push the edge of the nostril in right down in there like that. So you'll see this dark that curves over the nostril there. A little bit there. He has some little bits of lights and shines that are going to happen on the nostril, and shines to the eyes and stuff. We might not add those in there right now, but I just might get a little bit, shape up that. I'm thinking this mostly square and stuff, but I got this little bit of light that has to happen in the lower edge of the nostril, because the light that's in this painting is coming from the upper right side of the painting, so it's hitting that edge of his nostril there. So we'll just put a little bit of that in there. Maybe a little bit of the light shine that hits the other nostril right over there like that. So you see a little bit of that in him here. Now, there's a big tone that I still haven't put in there yet, right up here on his forehead. Do you see it? This dark that's right here coming from the antlers on down. That is important because that helps round this point. These antlers go into the points of his head here. So this little shadow tone that comes down like this and goes down, that helps round this line here where the antlers come in. And then I'll just set a little bit, I'll paint some of that in position with a little bit of my burnt sienna, a little bit of yellow. Just kind of tap that around in there like that a bit. And I'm just going to reset a couple of these slightly lighter grayish tones here on the top of his face. Bring that down. And like anything, I like to change those directions. So when I start to look here at the painting here, let's take a little bit of burnt sienna and a little bit of black. Just a little bit. Now, look right here. See this little tone that's right there? Do you see that? That's very important to the structure of his face. So we'll just set in just a little bit of shadow right there like that. That helps his face go from that rounder part there right into the side plane of the face there. So, and a few little strikes of the dark here. He's got some fur that's just shadows and moving over onto the sides there like that. And this will help. If I put one right in here, that will help narrow down his face a bit. See how that narrows down his face here? So there's just a tiniest bit of little light tone right there. We might just toss in a little bit right there. But this is all part of seeing here. And so as I put in the tones first, and then I start to break it apart and see it a little bit more. Okay, let's go into the fun part, which I love to paint, is the antlers. And you know, when I was painting for wildlife, painting wildlife book volume 2, I did this big elk up into the front. And it was so funny about it, I was thinking, and I made a post into our Facebook page about it, that when I was painting that, man, I painted these magnificent antlers. I mean, I really like these antlers, the way they came out. And, you know, it got me thinking back into 1981 when I was painting a Christmas design of a Josiah and my mother, and I just couldn't get these antlers on the little reindeer correct. You know, I just was just like, God, I'll never be able to see these antlers like that. I couldn't see how they fold and twist and everything. And of course now I see antlers all the time, and I can paint them pretty easy because I see them. And but I painted a lot of antlers between now and then, so it's just a matter of practice. So we're going to come right in here. Let's just paint these antlers here. We'll push some of these up. We got to go a little bit. We got to use some of our as we go to paint these. We've got to use some of our body tones here, but slightly grayer. So we have some of our body tones here, and let's gray that up. A beautiful way to gray that, especially, is with the skies and stuff, the sky color. Some of those initial sky colors there help gray that up. That's beautiful gray tones. You could use the black and white, but a lot of artists don't always use the black and white because it's, you know, black is a dead color. So we try to do it with some of our you know, our grays as much as possible. And that burnt sienna and ultramarine blue, always remember that. Burnt sienna and ultramarine blue make beautiful grays together, okay? And so they're absolutely beautiful. If you take a little bit of that ultramarine blue and this burnt sienna and you put it together, you get the most gorgeous sets of grays here for your paintings. Look at those beautiful grays. Those are beautiful antler grays. And if you just, you know, you look at that and you look up close at these things here, you see kind of that bluish kind of tone in there. Do you see that? Bluish tone to the grays to the browns, and look at the warmer yellow tones in here, and that's what you've got to try. The artist has to try to do is get some of those grays. Well, let's look at that. There's kind of a grayish tone, and so let's just set this back antler first. And this is usually what I do: is I'll come in and I'll paint the majority of the antlers here. I'll pick out like a tone. Sometimes I'll use like a yellowish tone. Sometimes I'll go first with like a grayish tone. But I know that these antlers are going to have grays on them. They're going to have browns on them. They're going to have yellows on them and oranges on them. They're going to have the colors of the composition on them. So I know that that's going to happen. So it doesn't make a difference. I don't care which color progression I use. I'm just going to be using them all. All those colors are eventually going to go on. And because they're so small here, I'll just go ahead and just almost like base them in. I mean, you can and get some of the flow of them correctly here, but you can, you know, change the tone over a little bit. So, you know, here I've got this lighter little gray I might pick out for this backside one here. As it goes back this way, use just the chisel of that brush and draw in that little bit of that antler coming back there. This is an addition to the antler I'm making right here. I'm going to bend that around. Come into here, we'll get into that. I mean, you don't see that on the photo. It's one that I'm adding this time. Okay. We have a back one here when it's time to change up just a little bit. Let's just add a bit of burnt umber and burnt sienna into this and change some of this up a bit. Let's drop that right into there, right into his head there. And then we'll take a little bit more here. And I'll change this up. Let's get just a little bit of grayness to that. So a little bit of blue. And let's just drop in. Now remember, this is just the first tone. Let's drop that in and drop this one in here. So I've just darkened this down a little more burnt sienna, a little bit of burnt umber here, just to change it up a bit, change the tones up. We can put some of that gray, a little darker right in here. We'll put some of that gray. You know, I like to do this too as I change tones. I like to just drag a little bit of that other tone here. Sometimes, you know, most of these, he's pretty close. But sometimes if I'm painting just what I call a portrait of the elk, I will because it's a portrait of the elk, the antlers that are on the far side, I might gray more or put more sky color in so they become softer, and then I put more color contrast into the ones that are closest to you. Okay, and so this one, if you wanted to, you could actually put more color contrast into that one, than you do onto the far side one there. But we'll just kind of keep this nice soft browny gray color first here. And then we adjust the tones from there. And I'll just slide this onto the... And sometimes I let that background mix into that as well, and get some... Sometimes if it's, the antlers themselves are all, they're bone, and kind of a bony structure. And so you see all these small lights and stuff. And that's easy to do if you get like a little granulation or a dry brushing of your paint over the canvas like this. So if you just go like this over it, you get that little park marks of those lights. And so I'm not going to do that this time on this one, but that's something that you can do that looks really nice. So this one's going to roll over. Just another way of looking at that. And it all depends on the techniques. You're the artist. What techniques are you using to state an area here? Okay, so, but here if you see, I'm constantly brush mixing. Every once in a while my paint's kind of running out. I'm mixing up a little bit more. The color changes a little bit, and that's okay. Now, one thing that's very important about the antlers too is when you get a side view like this, you'll see that they curve around. It doesn't end in a V. They kind of curve around. So I'm going to want to curve that one up a bit. I'll go back and add some more of that. That's one of the things that you can really tell an antler painter, because that really happens in real life. They don't paint the antlers into V's, they're into little curves. Look at the antlers on this one here. See how everything is curved? See? And they're actually curved. Sometimes look at the two antlers that are here. See? It's not into a V, it curves in and through. And because of the angle, you don't see exactly where that antler goes in there, so it looks like a V. And so you may have that. But where you see them full on like that, they're curved, okay? So sometimes, though, you see them with their head turned, and so you don't see where that antler's joining into the main body of the antler. And, so it looks like a V, but not all of them are V. So this right here really should curve just a little bit onto that one and stuff. Okay, so now I have that part of it in. Then what I do is I come in and I start to say, okay, where are going to be the shadows and everything on to the antlers and the light tips. So first let's go in and put the light tips. I'll take some white right with some of this, and I like to put a little yellow oxide into the white right onto here. And of course these antlers will be destroyed a little bit as we go to paint some of our other areas of our painting, but we'll go ahead but we do it several times. So we're going to put the little light tips here onto the antlers. So we'll get the little light tips here. So I use just a chisel. And I use the chisel of the flat rather than a round, because that chisel of the flat just gives me a more, gives me very much a casual look, which is what I want here. Yeah, like that. Let's put some of those light tips out here. But these antlers I will paint several times to get all the colors and tones and everything. And to me, it's like when you're painting an elk really is the painting of the antlers. That's the interest to the painting. The antlers are magnificent on the elk, and we all look to the elk to see the antlers. So it's something that I put a lot of effort into and when I paint the antlers. Here. And before I leave that to go work on the background a little bit, let's just take a little, maybe burnt sienna and some black here. Maybe a touch of blue with that, just gray that just a little bit. Nice darker tone, shadowy type of tone. And let's just come through and add into like the bottom side right here. Not all the way up that whole antler side, just a little bit up the bottom side here. And you'll see there's going to be a light tone we have to put in there, but you'll see that shadow tone that's there. There'll be a shadow to the inside turning part of this one here. That's how the antler is turning. And so the antler's joining in right into this area here, so that shadow will be to the inside. This is some of the stuff I looked. These will all stay pretty much there. Maybe a little bit of a shadow right here. Right in there. Okay. We'll put some light in onto that edge there. Maybe a little bit of a shadow here onto that edge. Right there. We have a nice darker and even a cast shadow as this is joining in and coming in right in here. The antler cast shadow here. Light to that edge there and a little bit of shadow to the outside top edge here. But that's kind of enough for now on those antlers. So now we look at it where we are, and you can see we've got quite a bit here. You know, a nice look so far here into our elk here. Okay, so you can see just taking your time with a little bit of that tone really sets that look of that elk. Okay, and really sets the whole feeling of him. We have a lot more to capture on him, but I wonder if I can get both of these in here. But we're catching the feeling of the elk here. We're catching the feeling of him and how we're going to, go about painting him here. There's more tones that we can add in here that we'll do in picking him up and stuff, but we're catching the feeling. Right now, we need to come in and work into some of those other areas into the back. We work some of those colors and stuff and set him. Now, do we save any of those other tones? No. Okay. We know basically, and why? Because I would just keep repeating the same tone. So my next time through when I paint this, I want the next tones to be similar, but a little bit different. You understand? We know that elk is basically a burnt sienna and a yellow oxide and a white and burnt umber. Those are our tones. So the next time through, we want to vary some of those tones. So I'm just going to take all of this and push this up out of the way, out of the painting area here. I might use some of that, just mix all of this all up and get a nice kind of a tonal gray color that I can use into my background, into rocks. Look at that beautiful color that would be into rocks and stuff there. And let's come in and let's pull some of our colors down, some of our tones down, that we might come in and paint some grass and some greens and some yellows. And let's get some burnt umbers into this as well here. And let's get some, let's grab some whites. Let's just grab a big old dollop of our white and just set that down here. Okay. And what we're gonna do is just come in and we're gonna set out and get a little bit more painterly into some of our, or what we want to see into our grasses and stuff like that. So we'll get some yellows and some whites. We'll model this all together. Let's come in here and see, as I'm putting this in, I want to vary these colors a little bit. And we'll get a little close to the elk. Around the elk himself here, we'll just be a little careful. Not too much, but a little careful here. And I'll grab a paper towel. I'm constantly doing this. And we might, you want to look at different things. It's like how much contrast that you have here. So one of the things is, as an artist, you look at the contrast. Okay, the dark part of his body, we might contrast that against, even no matter what the photo shows, the dark part of his body, we may contrast against a light part of the light, something comes through here. And likewise, we might push a little bit more of a, let's put a little bit of a cooler green, black, burnt umber and green. Let's push a little bit of that in here as a shadow that will contrast just lightly here up against the edge of his body there to the backside. And that will, and you can just, push that around a little bit. That will contrast and help push him forward here. So, this is one of the things that the artist looks at into the photo, that we might change the lighting of the photo. Not every photo makes a great painting. Let's just drop some of that around and drop some of that. We have to worry about how is it going to contrast against our antlers, or what do we want to, pick up. But look at how more paint, the more paint that I provide this time, what that does for our painting here. And if we had this nice little, maybe light edge of a hill here. We can let it go back a little bit lighter again, right up here. Maybe just vary these colors in here a bit. And you got to watch out how big a strokes you use and everything, and you know, change the tone a little bit, maybe a little bit of that in there, here, like that. Okay, you might even want some of those elk colors in there. Look what happens when you put in some of those elk colors right in there. See how pretty that is? There. Okay, so let's come down here to this side and around. Don't paint around him too much. Just toss in some colors here. Let's get it a little darker back here. And in here we might want some of this to recede away. So bringing the color, you know, towards him and stuff is not too bad of an idea here. Because you might want this whole edge here to recede away. So a little bit of dark here. Get a little bit of that burnt sienna in there for some of those elk colors. And that just brings those together a bit. Here. There we go. Right through. Pull some of that through. There. Like that. Okay. And of course, into the front here, we'll have to kind of bring some of this together, the lights and the darks together, because you'll see pretty much all the way around through here. So maybe this gets light, kind of a medium tone right in here, a little bit of yellow into that as well. Of course, we have grasses and stuff you can put in and stuff, and so but you know, that's for other techniques and stuff. We're just going to do a nice elk setup here to the painting. And so I will take a lighter, maybe a lighter yellow green right down in through here, a little bit more yellow here, brighter, and let that right in this area contrast up against the dark part of his body there. See? And of course I'd have to carry some of that right out through here, and we'd have to bring some of that together here, so we see that tone kind of softening out and in, right in there like that. Some of those elk colors, I had some of that burnt sienna right out through here. That's pretty in there. A few of those elk colors in there. There we go. In like that. See those in? Just fill in that a bit. And what's really nice sometimes is you just bite the bullet and you just pull right through like that, and then come back and put your feet right back up on top of it, so that you see a color that's going to travel through the painting, and so it doesn't look like you paint around. And I know sometimes that destroys something, but that's so important. It doesn't look like you paint around. Let's go back slightly to a lighter tone, and then we're going to have that rock or something back here. Here. Whoops, too casual. There. But you can see how this is now popping that elk really forward. Here. Let's gray this up a bit. Even a little more sky color. Get the idea back here. What's going to go back here? Right in here. Like that. There we go. And we can get a little bit more atmospheric. Let's get a little bit of our sky color right over here. So on the back side of this, right out through here, we could get a little bit more atmospheric. So atmospheric means we're adding the sky to it, and that causes it to recede a bit more, see? And what you have to do as an artist is kind of bring some of these tones and some of this stuff kind of happening here. So we want that contrast of that dark, and then this just to slowly fade away up in here into these tones up here. And of course we'd use a smaller brush, start to use a smaller brush, and put on more and more and more and more tones here and stuff. But We'll see a little bit of that coming through right back in here. There we go. Gonna put that rock in there and stuff, and then even more, a little bit of yellow oxide and some white, even more so white, right up in here, playing lighter tones, and see more paint. I'm getting now, you know, I'm following some of my original tonal structure of my painting, but I'm using more paint now, and you know, getting more contrast in here, and thickening it up, which is, you know, when you start to use more paint, it starts to really come forward now here, like this. Thicken that up there. There you go. Get some of that nice movement. Let some of this movement stay in here. That movement is so important for interest into your painting. Let some of that movement, and I took out my little shadow that I liked there, so you just go back and add it back in again. Here, don't worry about his legs. We'll put that right back in again. Just get some of those tones in there. And so this is kind of like, I'm imagining kind of like a little hill right here, and this coming back over this way. Let's step back just a bit more. You can see a little bit more of the painting here. Get a little bit more of the feel of it. A little elk color over here will help that travel over this way just a bit. You can see that into the painting. You can see the harmony that adds in there into the painting. Those elk tones, a little bit of our brown tones and green tones here. There we go. And we want to get a few of those darks, the burnt umbers, pine greens, a little bit of black, maybe a touch of blue. Vary those tones. Some of that we use over in here. Grab that real dark and some of that contrast, maybe a touch or two of that here, so it's ending, pulling through like that, something like that. But you want to add a few of those over here to the other side. And that is, so we want this light coming in through here. But a few of this over here to the other side, that helps the viewer move from side to side. Now, some artists will do a dark to a light contrast too. That's a different look. So you can do whatever you want. But the thing is, you're thinking about it. That's the most important thing, is you're thinking about that light to dark expression, what's going on, how's it all going here. Maybe some burnt sienna, burnt umber and yellow there. Small little strokes of that here around. Okay, a little bit more atmospheric here, a little more blue, yellow, and light. Let's just take some of that. Let's make a little green with that. Just a little bit more of an atmospheric color. That's a little bit bright. I hit a little pigment area of that pine green, and pine green's a powerful color, boy. Here. So we're thinking, as we go back, we're thinking more blue, more sky. So you actually physically mix into your colors more sky color here. And of course, the more blue here is going into it is also going to look a little cooler. And I don't know exactly everything that I'm going to do back here to the back of this part of the painting, but I'm just going to push something a little bit further back here, just by graying it up a bit here. And that'll play up real nice against these antlers here. So it's going to be like a back hill here, maybe. So, really what I wanted to do with this painting is kind of show you, what's my thought process here as I'm developing something here. I like different hills and different things going on because that gives you visual depth. We always know in a good landscape that you have to have, what we say, 3 planes, a foreground, a midground, and a back plane to really give a lot of visual depth. So I'm just thinking about 3 planes, at least 3 planes here into this painting as I'm creating it here. And so we'll just drop that in there like that. There we go. And, maybe we have a little bit more of a blue, kind of purpley, even a gray this up a bit. Burnt sienna grays that real nice. But we want it kind of blue purpley. If we're going to do back kind of mountains here, cool it down. Blue, red, violet. A little bit of that burnt sienna will gray that down. That gives you lovely kind of real grayed purpley mountains. Let's lighten that up just a bit here. So we'll do kind of like a little mountain edge here. That'll play up. We'll make that into a mountain right now. I'm just depositing the color here. We'll make that into a mountain in just a second. How much of a mountain we make it into all depends on our elk, how much interest we're going to give to our elk. But I love the play of an elk up against, I'm just going to go right towards those antlers there. I love the play of the elk up against a mountain into the back for a painting that looks pretty good. So here, to make this, I want kind of a purpley, a little bit cool color here as we head to this, the back part of this here. Get my photo of my elk here out of the way there. And I wanted to, here's a picture of I like this. This is kind of a back mountains back here against a play and a mid mountain and stuff like that you get right there into that particular elk there. Of course, we're not going to do that thing there, but we can use it kind of like for some inspiration here as putting in the idea of a back mountain or a back edge or something like that. So we start to pick up this little back mountain here, and I'll show you here. We'll just give some suggestions here of that as that's going to come back here, and then a little mid-ground with some trees that'll come right in through here, and then we'll come right up into the front. We'll see how that goes here. Okay, so set that there, and if we wanted to have the idea of some snow back here, we'll just take some white. We'll just lighten up this mountain color here. Many times I do it very, very quickly if I'm looking at snow or something like that, is I do it very, very quickly with my knife. So I might just take my knife and just drag that back through like this here, through like that here. Let's just pull this up and in and up like this, and get some ideas of that snow. Maybe it's a right in there like that, and it's a real quick kind of a suggestion of that. We'll put a little bit more of it right in here, so it's like on the back of this mountain, and then this is a forward one up in front of it, but the snow is dividing it here. Maybe just a little bit of the snow here coming onto that one. But this isn't going to be a painting of mountains and snow. This is going to be a painting of of the elk, so we won't get too complicated of it. But then I'll just come in and soften through some of this. Soften through some of that right into there like that, because we want that relatively soft because it's a back mountain, and we don't want harsh edges. We want to blur it, atmospheric, paint it just a bit here. And maybe some more blue, black, and burnt sienna here. Just model this up a bit, just to give a little more visual interest and movement there to the back sides of that, just a touch here. So I just want to keep everything soft and kind of hazy, blurry here. But you don't want just one tone. Remember, we want to always put more tones in. So a little burnt sienna in with that blues and stuff here. That makes a little bit different tone. Maybe that's just a little bit of a different mountain edge there coming forward there. Just see there, blurry into that. There. A little bit of that comes right in here. Pick up, and you know, if you paint, just like what Monet says, if you paint very understated there, you know, the viewer will turn it into what the viewer wants to see. Okay, so the viewer will turn this into what it needs to see, to what they need to see to say mountain here. So, you know, that's and the job of the artist is to, you know, how much you actually physically paint to how much you give them in just the suggestions here. Just little quick little suggestions. These colors here. And they will say mountain, but how much do you paint on that to really finalize that or make them see it, how specific. And the thing is, if you get too specific, you take away from our little elk here. We don't want to do that here. So we have some cooler colors now. Here, let's take some pine green. We'll have some lines of trees maybe. And we tone that down, a little burnt sienna, a little black and white, a little gray, a little mountain color right inside of that. That'll help tone all of that down. And if we're going to put some trees and stuff in here, we just want to model up some of this area here. So maybe this is going to be back edges of trees up against that. We're going to be very soft with our colors here. We want these colors to head up into that sky colors there. That's why I have some of that blue in there, the greens. So, you know, right now, before we make trees, we're just going to model some color into here. And then we'll turn some of it into trees. But we don't want a bright green. We want a grayed green. And I'm graying it with blue, and taking that burnt sienna and green and blue. So I'm graying it with some of those, you know, sky colors. We don't want super dark. We want grayed here. And just gonna push some of that color in here, like that. Let's push some of that in here. A lot of people say, and I got to be careful here too, because I want to have these beautiful, beautiful antlers that I want to play up against this, so I don't want to get too much movement into here. So you see, sometimes put it on with that knife, you get this nice modeling and changing, and I'm going to put a forward tree up here. So the knife does a nice job of it. And don't worry about hitting your antlers and stuff, but I got to make sure that I'm a little bit soft up in this area where these antlers are going to be, because I want them to pop off. I don't want them to be competing against a pine tree or something like that for interest. So, you know, back through here, this will be like a hilltop here that just goes right into some trees and stuff. So we just model some of that movement in there. But we want the trees and stuff to be kind of soft. We want all of that to be kind of soft in there. Some of that movement, color changes. Maybe we end up putting that rock that's right there. Maybe we do that. But what you're going to be looking at is, you know, if you look at a photo of something like this, where you see just a little bit of trees and stuff like that through there, the indications of them, you know, and the indications of the trees, that will do that. And we can get a little bit more blue with that. Blue and touch of black, maybe. Here, just real cool kind of color. Sometimes I use my big brush. Sometimes I'll use just my edge of my small brush like this. And we're just going to push up here. And we got to hit our colors, and it's going to be, it takes you a little bit to find it. Got to hit our colors a little bit towards that mountain, but we also want it to be a slightly greenish here, and we want to just model in through there like these are just back trees. So a lot of artists just do it really as the suggestion like this, and kind of like each stroke that you're doing is about what a tree would be here. Just model your colors together like that. We'll do very simply like this, but that'll push that right to the back here. And just vary the edges there. Go. And we can push some up. Let's take a little pine green, a little black here. And we can push some up a little higher and give them like the edge of a tree here, like that. Okay, so once we have those movements in like that, then we can just use, I just use like the corner or the edge of the brush here and give some edges or movements of the tree. And you try not to, I'm terrible at this in that I would set them up like little soldiers, all spaced exactly the same. So that's one thing that you do want to avoid, making them all the same. So a little green, a little black, a little blue. You don't want them all the same. Here, going through. And just different heights, edges here. They see a little bit of the tree into the back. The modeling of that in there. Those colors. Here. There we go. So this will give up quite a bit of visual interest. I just use these corners just like this, and just pine green, some black, some blue. Model that up, get some different heights here. Just push up and get some differences here. We'll let this get a little softer down here by the antlers, just a bit. Maybe put that rock behind it, but there we go. And so you see it's a quick little way. And of course this is, supposed to be a study of the elk, so I don't want to get wrapped up into a landscape, but we do want to also make a painting here, so we'll just play this a couple more minutes here, and we'll go back to the front of our painting here. Sometimes it's nice just to have like a little bit more defined one, a little higher. It just helps the visual interest of the whole thing. That nice variation there to that. Okay, so now let's come back and we're thinking about some softness here. Oh, also one of the things that you can do is when you start thinking about the atmospherics of it, you can just take your brush and just blur these back just a bit like that. Lose their edges, lose the whole edge of that just a bit here into that, and that just helps set everything into the back. See? I like that. Just sets everything there into the back, like some of those trees are back there. We can put on some misty color up into the front here if we want, and bring those forward and stuff. But so now you got this little edge of back, and I'm going to be wanting to put in a tree right up in here in the front of this one here. And I might take a little, let's just take a little color, a little burnt sienna right into some of those greens and stuff. And I'm thinking about putting a pine tree right up here into the front, right up here. So I'll just kind of just slide my 3/4 inch brush here up and down a bit. Maybe there'll be another one right here. You might see one or two of those right there. And you know, one of the things as an artist is if you do that up into one area like this, then you know, the viewer will identify, and they identify and definitely see this, then they identify all those back there as trees as well. So that is that works. So you give them something a little bit more definite than what it is. So we'll see that, see a little bit of this movement, modeling of color in there. That's good. And before we go here, leave that area, I'm going to restate that sky one more time. Just push this right up out of the way. Here. Okay, let's take some of our blue down here. And which is our nice ultramarine blue here. Okay, and I'll take some white. I'm just going to model this right into some of these other greens and everything that's here. You see that that blue? So that's a pretty blue. It dyes pretty quickly here. Let's just go quickly state that right back into some of this area. Now, with some of the other wildlife landscapes, the big ones that I do in the book and stuff, you know, of course, we see a heck of a lot more sky. And sky, actually, because of the atmospheric, gets a little darker blue at the top than it does at the bottom, and it gets lighter. It's called atmospherics of, you know, of the sky. And the reason is you're looking through more water vapor and stuff, but we don't have to get into all that. But it is basically you put darker blues up at the top, lighter as they go to the bottom. That's the pure atmospherics of it here. And I'm just doing a painting here where I want this sky just to be modeled in here. So I'm just going to take some white, maybe even a little yellow into that. And we'll just model in here because most of this will be covered up by little pine tree and movement and stuff. And the viewer might see a little cloud into this or something like that. I don't want to get too fancy with it because you're only going to see just a tiniest little bit of sky on this painting here. So we just go right through your tree. You just put on there like that. Just put on a little bit of light. Maybe there's an impression of a little cloud there, something like that. A little bit more of a blue strike right up at the top. Just kind of model that all through there. And that's enough there because it's going to be a painting about the elk. Okay, that's just enough back there to say we did it. And we might even just kind of blur this sky right under the edge of the mountain there like that. And just let those atmospherics just come together like that. Almost like a little sky or something here. So I'm just doing this kind of quickly because this is more about the thing. Just all kinds of ways, all kinds of techniques, and we'll paint all of those and all that kinds of other videos. We can't take this all about that. I'm just showing you how to quickly put on some stuff as a background. But to the background, you want to get a little interest. But it's a quick little background so that we can get back up into our elk here and paint the elk what we want to paint. Let's take a little bit of that blues, though. Now, if you want to, you know, the artist would then track some of that right back up into your painting. And you do that, and we'll track some of that right back up into the painting here. And we do that because that just adds, you know, prettier colors and harmonies and stuff. So maybe we have a little bit of that blue coming right up here. A little bit of that pulling right down into here, you know, through some of that. And so that's something you always remember, you know, just take a little bit of that sky color, pull that through right in here. Okay. And of course, the other artists will, you know, I mean, it all depends on how much time you have. But that just carries so much of that color in there. And then, of course, you can use your smaller or your flat here, go back and restate your trees. But always adding some of that sky is such a great thing. We go back and add just a little more darks back up into there. Model that around, and then they're also picking up some of that sky color and those blues, little touches of blues and stuff. It just adds a lot. Even add some elk color in there. That's the artistic part of it. You know, carry and move your colors. That's the part that was the hardest for me switching over from decorative painting, was that I get into all of these, it would be hard for me just to be able to just toss color around. But that's what really makes them pretty, is that you start tossing that color around like that. You know, that's where you really get some beautiful looks. Here, okay. That's pretty good. We'll soften this back through, which I've almost eliminated my antlers on that side, which I'll put back in. You could take you know, one of the things that you can do, since the antlers were painted, let me just rinse this out. You don't see me rinse very often, but you can take a little bit of water with that, see, and take that green right back up off of that antler. But this is one of the things that I like to do when I paint back and forth with some of these antlers and some of these colors here, is that you know, they'll change a little bit. Now a little bit of that green might show up and stay just a touch into that antler and stuff, and that is what makes it really a painting, a beautiful work of art. You get some of those colors and those carryings of those colors and stuff. So, you know, that's not a bad thing. It really isn't a bad thing. So in the original photo here, there's this rock that's right back behind that elk, which I kind of like. And so let's take some elk colors and some of our blues and some blacks here. And to see how these beautiful grays, you get beautiful grays anytime that you take the burnt, which this elk color here has the burnt sienna and blue and black. Look at those beautiful grays here. That's a beautiful gray. We'll darken that down just a bit more. And let's put this beautiful kind of a grayed color back behind back here. And let's paint this up as a rock here, but we'll paint it up as a very soft looking one that won't have a tremendous amount of detail or contrast in it. We'll just paint that softly here, because it's going to be about the antlers. So we'll leave this softer little gray rock back here. That's going to come right in there. We'll pick up a little bit of that on this side of him. Maybe right here we'll see a little bit of it. That'll help, boom, pick that up. Pull some shadow tones, some light tones here. Make this more of a rock. We'll talk about that in just a second as we paint the forward rock. Before you go put a ton of stuff on that rock, you got to paint a more forward rock, which we're going to have some forward rocks up here. And great ways to do those. Let's just take some of this color side. Let's make some rock color here. Let's take all of this together and look at and try to get the gray. And if you don't get the gray, add a little more black and white or a little burnt sienna stuff into that. But look at these beautiful tones that you have here. A lot of paint. Let's just take that right down like this. All those colors, and they'll come off slightly different. This is a quick way to start setting in a rock here. Right up here like that. And see, you get some of those elk colors in there. Just drag some of those right on down. Nice thick paint, and you can push it around with your fingers there a little bit. And you're based in the whole edge of a rock. Let's base in this edge of this one over here. Here, this one. I really like that burnt sienna and blue. With some of that different colors into that. Push some of that in. And you just model some of this color in like this. Really quite fun. Just use your knife very flat like this. Model all that, pick up all that color like this, and just push it flat. Now, when you're pushing with the knife like this, you're pushing at the angle. So I want this rock to be down like this. Maybe it's going to come out like this a little bit. Okay? And so I'm pushing and I'm following that angle that I want that rock to be presented as. Here. Like that. Okay. like that. So now you see you get this nice different here. Now how we're going to divide this all up, looking at the planes of a rock, and I have all kinds of DVDs for painting rocks is studying again, so I don't want to get too much about it. This is supposed to be about the elk, but you break this up into a little visual planes and stuff. So we'll take let's take like a little burnt umber and black, some cooler color here now too, some blue and some red violet, purpley kind of colors here. And I'm just going to take it with my brush here, and we'll just divide up and down, just like you painted the different planes of the elk there. We can set up some visual planes. What we said is what we call visual planes of the rocks. So here, if I had this angle coming down this way, maybe a little angle cutting up and down like this a bit, and would be a good plane here. And we'll just model this around a bit here. That'd be a good plane. This one can come across like that a bit, and I break up. Now we don't want to put a tremendous amount of work into these, because this isn't about them. So we're going to use this as just suggestions. We'll put some shadows, some mid-tone, some for roundness that you would have. You'd have some of this up and down here maybe, and many times if I'm painting one that is like what I'm going to do with these, they're more of a granite type. You could have, you would go like this up onto it as well, and break some of those darks up and down into it a little bit, like this, and you can see you get those lights and dark modeling and stuff into it, and then it's painting from there and starting to get some of the interest. And then once you start to get that, what really makes it is when you start to establish the light. So here I'll take some of that gray, a little bit of yellow oxide into it, and I'll push some light right here, and I'll model that right here like this. And let's say the light plane, let's push a light plane right in here, right down like this. So here comes the light plane of the rock, right there like that. Okay, and so maybe that rock is coming right there like that, and a little more light. Here you could use your brush and small strokes as well. Some artists put them together with lots and lots and lots of small strokes. Okay, but you can also take a little dark with this and add little broken areas and push in and out of those areas there to start to shape up this rock a little bit more. Add a few little vein lines of the fractures there. So a rock is generally three planes. It's a light plane, a mid plane, and a shadow plane. And you play those planes against each other here as you're painting them. Here. And so I put in the light plane there, and now I'll put in a little shadow plane that makes the up and down of the rock here, like that. Okay. Maybe drag some of this like this. It makes a nice little lichen covered. If you put a little green in there, you can make it like it's got a little lichen cover onto it or so. Of course, how much we do is all going to be depending on we don't want to detract from our elk here. We do want to have some. Here, some little bits. Here into these little rocks. So it's a little, they're big, and they're a little, not quite as angular as I normally paint rocks. I usually like lots of angles and stuff, but I'll just do some larger ones here and softer. That'll go well with that elk here for right now. And then after we finish the elk, we can revisit some of our rocks and see if we want to do a little bit more to them or something like that. Let's take some of this light drag that right down here. So maybe there's a little bit of a light there. Round some of that over. You can round it gently. Gently round some of that over. Here, like that. Some of those colors. Push some of that in. And of course, many times, I mean, if we're going to paint a lot of detail to the rocks, I would go through, let this kind of tack up and then come back in again, which I might at the end of the painting. We might do that again. And but the big thing is, you know, get some planes to it so the viewer can see some planes, and then they'll take it from there. Okay, they'll take the view. Their eye will paint rocks here, because we're just showing some. I'm just really showing some nice, quick backgrounding stuff for our elk. It's really what I want to do. I'm going to take a little yellow and some light here, and we'll push in some more interest here into the and a few little grays and blues from my previous adventures with the brush are kind of showing up now. And we'll grab a little bit more of this light coming right in here. And maybe I'll use a smaller brush sometimes here. But I want to, this is really kind of the way. There's all kinds of ways, and some of you, in some of the other paintings, you'll see me use the big pastry brush and some other things. But you just want to start getting some movement and stuff like this into some of these colors, and start depositing some of these colors in here like this, and different colors, back and forth many times, different colors. That's why I'm constantly brush mixing, and what I like what happens into the palette here, because I start getting all these different tones, and we want this all kind of coming here now, and all these colors starting to push into here. And that's just what's going to give us all of our interest. Here, we push many, 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 many times. Here, back and forth, many times, pushing those colors into there. You know, maybe take a little burnt sienna and a little bit of pine green, and we'll push those in. You know, you'll see a few areas of those colors being pushed in. Sometimes I'll use my knife, you know, to push some of those areas in and push those colors around. And you do this a lot. I mean, you repeat a lot of different tones and small areas, like we do with the body of the elk there. And this is what starts to make your painting. And how much you do, and you know, what kinds of colors you use becomes your signature as the artist here, you know. So you have some artists will do a lot of up and down, sometimes a little side to side and a little up and down here to start to, you'll see all of these, especially up into the front, some of these different tones starting to happen in here, and this is coming together here and pushing some of this here. And this is how you do it. You push and push and push. Maybe a little bit more green, you know, comes over into this one area here, or a little more yellow green. Some browns. We could take some of this lighter little green tone and soften some of this shadow tone here. Let those greens come up in here. Maybe some of that comes right up in here towards the atmospherics of our ground here, which breaks up some of those colors here. Okay, so you see some of those breaking up there. And right up through here a little bit. It's just almost like sketchy, you know, moving the stuff and sketching through and getting some of this, you know. Yeah, I don't go in there and make individual plants, but I give the impression of the movement. That's what we want to do. We want to give the impression of the movement of all of this, okay? Yeah. And so let's add, before we go back to our elk here. We'll grab some of the elk colors, which is that burnt sienna and yellow and some of that white. Got a little green in here too, which I like. Now, these are elk colors, and one of the reasons why I'm thinking about adding a tree over here is that gives me a way to present some elk colors over here on this edge of the painting here. So I started first with some burnt sienna, and then I'll just paint again some of that with some of this light color here. Maybe a little bit of that hits right in through here, right in there, like that. And some burnt sienna. Burnt sienna, maybe a bit of blue as a nice darker or grayed kind of cooler tone to the side or shadow of that here. So we'll go more burnt sienna and then burnt sienna and blue side, shadow side of this tree here. Pull that across. I've got a lot more colors and stuff to put in there, but this is how I do it. Pull it across. So you have a light side and we want to point that light towards our elk. Some burnt sienna, some blue in there. Go back, restate slightly different yellow colors there. Some of your tone yellows, some of your elk colors there. So you're painting back and forth like that a couple of times. Of course, we'll cover most of this up with some pine branches and stuff like that. But that'll give you some ideas there. So we have that, and let's take some of our burnt sienna and blue, which is our gray, or very much our gray. Some of our elk colors in that. Soften that down, and we can set a little bit of shadowy tones on this back rock here. Now we have some of the darker ones up into the front there. We'll just put some soft ones, leave some soft ones here to the back, and some a little bit of white with that to put in some light tones. We'll just give the impression of a rock with some shape and stuff here. So it's not going to be too absolutely perfect here or detailed, just a little bit here of some. Let's just pull a little bit of light down that edge. Just kind of tap and move your brush a little bit rather than the knife. The knife leaves a lot of interest and might be too much interest for the front of that painting there. So doing this with the back like this will, with just your brush, see it puts on a soft little light plane there. And that is probably enough for that back rock. We could probably push another little bit here. I like how it's breaking the plane of those trees there too. Round that over a bit. And little burnt sienna and blue. You can have a touch of black, but not too dark. And we'll just put in a few ideas of some shadows. Shadow planes there. Into that. Let's do the same back here. Again, you follow, okay, your light plane's coming this way, so let's put one right back here. We'll put the light plane into the rock, just like it, just pulling your brush at an angle like this. Okay, boom, boom, boom. There's the light plane of the rock, which is great because see, it's pushing those trees further back. And then we'll let this kind of fade out here and fade out towards the grass there. Then we'll take some blue and burnt sienna, which is our shadowing gray. We'll push a little bit of a shadow line of the rock right along where it's going to join into the grass. We'll soften that exchange with some grasses in just a little bit. And then you can use those colors, maybe not quite as dark, right in between the two, to put in a shadowy plane on the rock that gives it a little bit of an angle there or so, or you can round them over a bit. Here, just real soft suggestions because this is way in the back of the painting. And we don't want to bring it too far forward. And that will assist this rock. And see if we leave this nice and soft, maybe a touch of yellow, tiny touch. Just a little bit of color into it. But you got to be careful. You get too much into it, you bring it forward. See, the more I'm touching it, the more I'm bringing that rock forward. So it's kind of like you have to, let's put another little smaller one right here. You have to kind of choose how much you're going to do. And we'll know towards the end of the painting after we finish the elk and stuff, just how much more we can have there in that. So let's put a little more edge right there. Like that. There, like that. So now, yay, that's good. That's really good there. We got that part of that all in. We got the first part of the elk all in. First part of the painting here done. You can see a little bit of blue sky and stuff like that. So what we're going to do is, what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to go get a drink of coffee. Okay, and then we'll come back. You go get the other disc. We'll come back, and we'll take a look at continuing on now painting the next layer, the next tone of this painting through. The painting can be dried too if you want, if you're afraid of getting your hands in it, which does happen. I'm going to be switching over and using this, if I can unbury it here, a little bit of a bridge. So if you don't have one of those, a bridge helps your hand here set down over wet parts of the painting. But go get the next disc, okay? And we'll come back and we'll continue on with our elk. I'll see you in just a minute. Hi everyone, welcome back. Feel better, had a cup of coffee, and went and took a step photo of this too, by the way, so you'll have that for the first part of your painting and stuff. Now, I know I went kind of fast with some of those rocks and everything that are back there, but that's one of the things that some of my students always say, oh, boy, you go through kind of fast. I have to go kind of fast in some of those back areas because I'll play with it. And you play with it, it'll become stiff or it'll all become one color. Just move fast and just put this in. This is not about rocks. This is not about back trees or anything like that. It's about the elk. And so we cannot really finish any of that area back there until we get the elk in. So you just give real quick little ideas and stuff. And see, even that little idea, we paint this elk real fine. That's just going to look like a rock sitting back there, okay? So, just paint them kind of quick and everything, and that's what you have to do, approach it that way. But when we come back to paint the elk, we're going to slow down now and get some of our tonal structures back again, okay? So let's go. We have our nice little photo here of this, and I'll be referring to that as we go back and work on our elk again here, okay? So let's start back here at the back. We'll work up towards the front of him here and spend some time on his face. I want to come back and reset some of the light that's right back in here. First, let's get some of our elk colors, and which is our burnt siennas and our yellow oxides and stuff out here. And let's get those together, and some of let's just reach up and get a dollop of our white up here since we'll be using it quite a bit. Set that right up here. I'm going to go back to my number 10 here. I want to take let's make that light stroke, a lighter yellow, a little bit more on the yellow oxide kind of side here. And this is where we'll start to look at breaking it off of the background here, creating some contrast. A lighter yellow stroke right back here, nice thick paint. And that really, really brings that rump area back forward. Then you'll see a little bit of shadow here as it's coming up to the front up there. We can even have a little bit more toned, a little more burnt sienna into that, or even grayed slightly with some of those blues and stuff. These are all beautiful tones here. Let me just push this over just a bit like this so you see that just a bit more. Those are all beautiful, beautiful tones here at work. That's basically your elk, And so we'll just tap into a little bit of that right there. And let's just set in that top. Maybe come here a little bit of light right against the edge. And see, I'll just work the tones here. Slightly, little bit yellowish tone right in here like that. Tap that through. Some artists will take 2 or 3 strokes with the tone. Some take just one. It all depends on how, how light or how dark you want that to look. But see how a couple strokes will soften that out a bit more. There. And we can just put it so you see this angle this way and this angle this way, because I'm seeing that as an angle right there on that particular side there. A little bit more yellow. And, the other thing is you can have the yellow and burnt umber. It doesn't have to be quite so orange, so you can have more of a gray. Sometimes I paint the elk more this type of tone as well. It's beautiful. Yellow, burnt umber, a little bit of blue into that kind of grayish tone in there as well. Sits in and works very nice into that elk that way. A little bit more yellow. Soften. You see this now. This tone has a little bit more interest into it. We'll lighten that up just a bit here, coming down this way. A little, I'm just trying to find, but not quite as orange. You have a little bit of orange into that, but it's going to be a little bit different there, see? And so it gives a, now, do I leave it that streaky? Yeah, I'm going to leave it like that, I think, on this one. I'll go with a little bit more of that burnt sienna, a little bit of that burnt umber right in here. And maybe just a bit of blue to gray that just a bit. Let's restate this tone here. So it's a little different now. Here, a little different. And see that little bit of difference. This adds quite a bit to the painting there. I'm going to yellow that just a bit. Put that right on the edge there. There, like that. Excuse me. Before I go too far here, I'll put that, restate some of that nice light tone right there. I like that lighter tone right there, maybe right up here to that. I can soften those together just a bit, just drag one right into that, just a bit like that. That softens those two together there. And down, maybe a bit more orangey. Hit up some of that body tone there. So the second time through you'll see, and if I'm just a little bit different tone, I get some more interest there. Now I've got to start some of these out the other way here. Start a different direction or else he's all going to be going at an angle here. So a little yellow, a little burnt sienna, lighter orange color, maybe a little bit more on the yellow side this time, not quite as orange. And let's just restate down through the barrel of his body here. Maybe just a bit more burnt sienna. There. Back up to maybe some yellow, burnt umber, maybe a bit of blue to gray that. Remember we had that grayer tone up along his back. Don't necessarily see it gray, or maybe a touch of that orange in there too. Just a nice grade. Don't necessarily see it as gray in a photo or anything, but it's a nice tone to have for, because it recedes it. That gray kind of recedes it there. Sees that edge. There's a little bit of light. See, there's that tone. There's just a little bit of light right in here on that light edge right in there. And let's just take a strike of that right in there. That's right where that hump of his shoulder is coming back up. There, like that. But I want to kind of clean. Sometimes it all depends, Sometimes I clean this edge really nice. Sometimes I let it fade away. And the fading away will, recede it into the ground. And sometimes I'll bring that forward, so he's popping way forward off of that background there. I'm going to bring him forward this time. Let's just strike this just a bit here. Some of that grayer tone there. We can let that go a little bit more yellow, lighter, as it comes up into here. Like that. That's good. Now let's, we'll restate some of the lights right down here again. Now if we want to smooth out or something like that, you can come back in here and restate some of those lights here so that they have more power up into this area here. And I don't want to smooth that too much, but you could. I mean, that's up to you how much you want to do. where you are in your artistic career. I'm going to go back to my burnt sienna, a little bit of a half tone in there, a little bit of a half shadow kind of tone right in there, like that, to kind of round that down. Then we went right into our burnt umber. I'm going to get a little bit more of this burnt umber right down here. Burnt to umber, we can even have a little bit of blue, which really cools that down, a little red violet or a little black into that as well. Nice dark, deep tone here. Maybe take a stroke of that, vary it up a little bit, add a little bit of the burnt sienna, just vary that up a bit. Take some of that burnt sienna and that yellow and just kind of model that along that area, tapping that tone. See how that and what happens is, by modeling that like that, the eye visually will optically blend that as they go back. Okay, so, and that's the whole thing, is if you want something to blend, you can break it up with a couple of little tones. Don't go back and forth so many times as you blend it, and it'll become flat. But by leaving those modeling little tones there, you know, maybe I bring forward this little haunch area here like that by a few more little, touches of the tone here. You know, how much you do like that, that's the artist's statement there, you know. And every artist will be a little bit different. We can bring forward this edge of his, the back edge of his front leg there, and just hit that with a little mottled edge tone there. And then maybe pull down a stroke or two of the light right next to that. And so now you have this nice, really interesting area there on him. Take some of that mottled tone. Let's use that to kind of round this leg just a bit. There, like that. Burnt sienna, burnt umber, beautiful. Or some of those mid area, a little bit of yellow in it, mid area, shadowy type modeling tones here on him. Let's yellow and elk color, base color that back up. Kind of paint through that just to soften that out there. Boom, like that. And then, how much you do is up to you. Pull down. I'll leave a little bit of strokey there. Will give you the feeling of the structure, the sharp points of light and shadow of his leg. There. A little darker tone to the back. Here. Remember, there's that little strike of light that was right there. Boom. Let's just strike that light again. A little bit of light, dark structure here. A little shadow to the outside. And just walking the tones back up towards the light here. A little dark right up along that edge here. A little bit of that half tone right in there, and sets that leg back, but then it's got this real, right down along his rump, he's got this real light stroke. Just kind of pull that right on down there, like that. And let's just light that up a bit. There. We'll soften. So he's got this kind of brown, beautiful burnt sienna, burnt umber, kind of back edge of this front leg here. Kind of real hairy there, so we just do a bunch of smaller strokes together there, like that. Then we'll put in a little half tone right in between the light and that, a little burnt sienna, a little yellow, and a little light there. And then we'll go right back up to some more yellow and some light, some of our lighter tone here. Let's just drop that right in there, right over where we were a little orangier the first time, and we're a little more yellow. This will give us a little difference to it. Maybe a bit more orange, a lighter orangey, a little more burnt sienna in it. We'll set some of that light right in there, right down that edge there just a bit. There we go. that. That's pretty nice. You can drag your finger through, or you can, model up a little bit. Take a medium tone and just tap through a few times like this. We just take that medium tone, just tap through, and that kind of speckles them up a little bit sometimes, which they'll have. Gives them a little more interest how much you're going to do. That just all becomes part of your signature, of how you're going to paint it. Let's head down a little bit of a shadow on the point of that leg there, like that. You can, get real definite into the muscle structure of him here, and you'll see, like right in here, smaller little touches of muscle structure here. And you can start adding those if you want, adding some of that in there. Grab some light, and again, it's a light tone. It's a little bit different, maybe a little more yellow this time. And I can push in that light right there, and push some of that light up here by the point of his shoulder here. Head more towards a burnt umber, yellow oxide, a little bit of burnt sienna, but so it's a little bit more yellow. Let's drop that in this time, right up here. A little more burnt sienna on the edge, maybe. Burnt sienna, burnt umber is the darkest. You could start by putting the dark tone in there and then going light as well. Both of them is okay. Both progressions are okay. But so I've got this coming down like this, and that at that angle there. I'll need to get some medium tones in here at slightly different angles. Sometimes you can pull this way to make the shoulder and stuff look a little different. Like, there's a pulling down. If you see, like right here, see this light stroke that pulls down like this. Now that, if you present it as a stroke like that and maybe a stroke like that, you might be able to get a pretty nice look to the shoulder. So it's, sometimes it's a matter of trial and error. So if I come back in here like this, if I pull down like this, that really lifts that shoulder off of that neck here. So I pull down like that. So I have that. Now I'll soften that down with a little bit of a tone, a half tone darker, and push that right in there like that. So now I've really built up that shoulder this time. And then I take some of that half tone to the other side here and drop some of that right in there like that. Let's do a couple more smaller strokes in there, and that'll help round that shoulder a bit more. That's pretty good. And then that allows me to take a little half tone, little break right down here, and put a little bit different. Now that's probably a bit too much, so maybe just take that a little bit with some light into that, and that kind of flattens that shoulder out a little bit more. But like I showed you earlier in some paintings, let's reach over and grab this. Some artists will really break up those tones quite a bit, into painting them, and that's going to be your signature, how much you're going to do. But you can see by finding that this time and that light tone out there like that, I found I can really lift that shoulder off, and we could put a little bit there. Let's get some of that half tone right down in here. Just drag that through like that. That again gives just a little bit more mottled interest to his body there. Some of that light tone can be struck right up in here as the part of his shoulder there. Just a bit of that before it goes down into the barrel here of his body. There. So that works pretty nice. And take some more yellow, burnt sienna. Love those colors. A little bit of burnt umber with that maybe. Right in here, and let's go back and find some of those, a little more burnt sienna and yellow. Let's find some of those lighter little tones there of his neck. So I'm going to be looking right in this area, see? Right in that area there. of his neck. Here. There we go. And let's pull some of that right on down, maybe around his shoulder a bit, into his shoulder just a bit there, like that. That gives him, looks like a nice break right there of that shoulder there. So I'm going to change what's happening on him just a bit, just to get that little bit of break. And that comes with, sometimes that comes with the experience of seeing it or painting it several times. You could paint it that way, you know, like this, and bring those down and stuff like that, fine. But by bringing that in and stopping it right in there, I make it look more like the neck hair coming back up over the shoulder. I kind of like that, but everyone's a little different. You can paint it the other way too. I'll redefine that shadow again, which helps round this part of his front part of his leg here. Maybe bring that right up into that just a bit there. So those are coming in together there. Redefined, sometimes I'll set that light right back up on top. So maybe a slightly different angled stroke, a little bit more light, just boom, right in there like that. Maybe that brings that out just a bit more. See, it's a little bit more strokey, a little bit more. And that's a tone that I leave. And sometimes these tones are going to dry down and come together. So, you know, until they dry down, you don't know what the exact look is going to be. Let's grab some more burnt umber, a little bit of blue, a little bit of burnt sienna, maybe a touch of black into that. Let's set some of the darks back up in here. Jagged edge of his neck there. Some of that with some more burnt sienna right into the center area. Draw that through a bit. Get some different strokes there. More burnt sienna, a little bit of black right up under his chin. Nice dark. That all plays against. Let's take that dark right down to his leg here again. We got to reset these legs here. Now, this leg right here is a little bit big, so I'm just gonna, I just saw that, so I'm gonna take a little kind of greenish tone here, light greenish, gray here. Just paint into that and just skinny that down just a bit. There we go. Skinny that leg down. Let's get some of that right back there. Right back into that area there. And I'll skinny that down. There we go. Now we'll come work this front leg again. A little bit of a medium tone right up here, like on his knee there. Set some of that in. Now we did a little bit of burnt umber and brown and a little bit of white, kind of a grayish tone that happens on his legs here because it's the sun hitting actually the darker part of his hair. And that lightens up, so we should put some darks in there as well. There, like that. Pull some of those across to give the impression of that rounding, a little bit of burnt sienna in there as well, rounding through. Slightly lighter there in the center to the back side, right there. There we go. Just like that. Now he's got some really long legs there. I just noticed that he's actually a little bit long-legged there. And so I either got to paint feet on him short of that or raise the rock. And I think I will probably raise the rock up here. Because I got both of those about the same height. So having this up a little higher would not be bad. Having this come back So we'll just raise that rock up a little higher before it drops down on both sides here. There we go. Put a little bit of dark there. And I've got to bring this angle out just a bit so it rounds down the front part of his leg here. Give it a little more width to it. There. That's good. And I want to restate that light. Remember we put that little bit of light right down here. I want to restate that. Pull that through. And then set some darks right over the top of that. So it picks up a little bit of that yellow lighter tone that you do see right in there. Okay. So we want to state that. Let's just lighten that up just a bit more. There we go. Put a little dark tone right there by it. And the nice dark tone right from the edge of that shoulder there now. Soften that with a little halftone. Oops, too light. There we go. And you can bring those together a little bit. Sometimes use your fingers, sometimes your brush. Sometimes, like I have this front leg here, I like to give... it's what we call the calligraphy of it, And again, like I showed you, those guys, some guys like a lot of calligraphy to them, by leaving just a little bit of the calligraphy in something like this, you add a lot more interest to like the leg there like that, leaving that little bit of calligraphy there, a little bit of the calligraphy here into that leg there. Get some of that dark edge there. Burnt umber and burnt sienna and a tiny bit of black just makes such lovely shadows on this bull elks. There. Really nice. There we go. So that helps that. Now let's go back up and around his face. I really like to get this paint quite thick and nice, and that burnt sienna yellow. It's just beautiful up in there. Get a nice heavy bit right in there that will work into back and forth a little bit. That helps really pop off his face there. But we'll need some burnt sienna and yellow to give like that extra little fold of hair down like that we wanted to see. Maybe a bit of light into that as well. A stroke or two of that down like that. Okay. And restate some of those darks back up in there like that. That's pretty good. And let's go just a little more dark. Now, this is where I should go down to probably my 4 or even my 2 here. But before I do that, I want to build these shoulder paint strokes just a little bit more. So I'm going to take just a little more light, just repeat maybe a little bit more on the orangey side, slightly different tone. Right up in through here, I want to hit that light just one more little time, like just a little bit's right in there. And let's hit that light again. That light right up into this part, the barrel of his body here. Just little bits, strokey. Try not to blend too much. That's your highlights, a little bit of that. And you can kind of see that. If you look at this, you see the hitting of the light, the hitting of the light, the hitting of the light. And so I just want to make sure that I'm capturing that kind of feeling on his, on him as well. The hitting of those lights like that. we go. That's pretty good. Now here's my 4. And there's another 4, and there's my 2. So now we'll come back up here, okay, and we'll be a little bit careful. See if I can sneak this palette up onto the top of this without getting too much stuff, so we can come in a little closer without destroying our painting too much. Okay, so now let's come in just a bit closer here. Just a bit. That's it. Now we'll come in and we'll start to work. And I'm going to use my bridge here too to stay out of some of my wet areas. And we'll start to work some of the small areas of the painting, the small areas of him. And I'm going to start looking at my big photo that's here. Okay. So here, let's start to look at him first. You see the light that's around his eye. We have to restate that light there. And of course, we're lighting up his ear and stuff here a little bit more than what we have there. So I want to take some light. Let's get some white into some of my yellow and a little bit of that burnt sienna. Let's get a nice light, nice little light corner. Let's go ahead and pull down just a bit, because that's like you're building his eyelid, eye areas, like, because it's out further on his eye. This part protrudes out, so you want to use an angle of it that protrudes out just a bit like that. Okay. Now I know it's a bit big, but we take some burnt sienna and some yellow here, and we paint down into that just a bit to reduce its size and set it right at the right plane that we want to have on that particular eye there. Let's go in just a bit more. I wonder if I can come up here just a bit more and get in just a bit bigger for you. Yeah, that does it. Okay. Hopefully I won't break too much of my painting. So we have that. Now let's come in, and so we set that light. Let's just take the corner of our brush here, and let's just tap a little bit more light. Maybe on the lower part here, just a little touch. That just adds like a little highlight there. You'll have like a tiny, tiny shine, and this is where I like to do it with like the corner of this little tube rather than something else, because it doesn't make a perfect dot. Maybe a little burnt sienna. Take that down just a touch. Yeah, it took down just a touch too much. Here, there we go. Okay. I mean, you can really get into the details of them. Like there would be a, you would put on an eye, you would put a shadow to the top side of that there. That really gets into a lot of detail that we see in the big photo that you might not see in a smaller painting like this. But if you can sneak in a little bit or a few touches of light and dark around there, that just adds a little bit more to the painting, I think, here. So if we just, like there's like a little scumble of some dark right down here. If we add some of that in, that adds a little bit more to his face, structure of his face here. Let's get a little bit more of a lighter yellow tone right in there. There. Just adds a lot. Let's restate that light tone right here, because that's kind of important. Maybe a touch lighter, just boom. And let's get our yellowy tone in there. A little bit more yellowy. There. And then we'll take some burnt sienna with some of that yellow. Paint those back into position, following that angle that I want to do. Here. And we'll pull a little bit of burnt sienna and burnt umber here, and this will help, and we'll change the angle slightly, but this will help round that face down just a bit here, right towards that, right there, and maybe even a few little darker strokes right there. But you can see, so you're painting the edge of that face there, but you want to, light and then slowly make it darker down along that edge. Now what's interesting about him too is the way in which he's holding his head and stuff is the light comes down, but then you'll pick up that light again right back up here at this angle, coming up like that. So that kind of pulls out at that angle. But right in here, we'll pull up and down a bit. There, like that. So just get a little bit of that burnt sienna yellow light right in there. Get enough of that paint in there. Just paint back and forth with those, and so you give just a little bit of indication of that light in there like that. Now let's go back, get some burnt umbers down here. Let's get some more of our burnt sienna, some of our yellow over here. Let's just work some small areas, a little bit of black. First, let's restate some of our darks. We went through last time and restated all of our darks first, and that really works. Let's just come through and restate some of our real dark looks. Right in here, a nice heavy stroke of color. Because this full-bodied color going on again here is what's really going to pop him forward here. Just a little bit here, in and around and down his nose there. It helps him break away from that background. That's what's important. Remember, we wanted to preserve certain features like that one there and this one that his nose came out just a little bit further than his mouth. That gives it just that little tiny bit of a break. Really adds a lot to the painting here. Let's take a lighter little gray. Just put a little bit there. We have the kind of the shines on the nose. It's not white, it's kind of a dirty gray color. And there'll be a little bit one right on the top opening of the nostril there. And a little one that hits on the bottom part of the nostril there. Okay. And we'll just tap down to darken that a little bit into some of this color. And let's just put in some low shines. A little darker yet. Here. Right in there like that. Maybe right up that side just a bit. Go back and forth between this burnt sienna and some of that gray there, and we curve this just a bit here. Paint some of those colors onto his nose. Little bit of yellowish tone underneath that nose. There, like that. That's nice. A little bit of that yellowish tone also. Just a touch of burnt sienna in it. Restates up underneath here. Then right into your burnt siennas. There, like that. Down. There we go. Restate that dark. I don't want to lose too much of that light here, so just restate. See, you can restate one right back up on top of the other, and that's just the quality of the colors that allows you to do that. So that's why you can work so well. You know, we always say the artist grade pigments, because they have so much color there. So, you know, with cheaper bottled acrylics, a dark can really cover a light, but a light can't cover a dark. And here you can go back and forth between these because they're heavy grade of pigments. They're heavy loaded pigments. So you can do that with these quite easy. Let's just model some of the lights and darks here, just to give a little furry type of look right up in there. We want to make sure you're always preserving. This is one you want to check, that nice dark curvature right there. That was where the nose is going up into his forehead there. Just always make sure you preserve that right there. You see just a bit of his eye over there. That's probably enough. I think. Let's go back to a little yellowish light color and restate some of that light from the ear, maybe a bit lighter, just for interest there into the center. And then if you look at it, he has this kind of darker tone all the way around there. So we'll do that here, just kind of pull down a little bit. A little more burnt sienna, a little burnt umber. There, like that. Just kind of set that in maybe a little bit darker in a few spots. There. Same kind of look is going to go onto this one. But I'll just drag it down like that with the dark, and then I'm just going to come with some light. This is how I like to paint them. Just kind of drag that over a little bit. So you'll see some of that light inner hair of his ear just go over the edge there a little bit. There, like that. Now I'll come back. You know, some of the things that I see that you may have a hard time seeing, but it does add a lot to the painting. And, you know, when I first started looking, I would see just this light tone around the eye. Now when I see that, I see this light tone right here, and there's a little bit of a grayer tone right there, and then there's a little tiny bit of a shine to the tone right there. Do you see that? So you have kind of a yellowish tone, a little bit gray tone, and a little bit of a light tone right there. Now, this face is really small to try to sneak all of that in there, but you might want to take the corner of your brush with a little bit of that light and just come right in. You know, how much you add is up to you, but and just come right up into here and just set a little bit of that light right up there by that part of his eye. Then we'll just, because I destroyed into the roundness of that eye, I will just push it out of the way there with a little bit of burnt sienna. You can even set that softer kind of a gray tone right up there like that. And so you see, you get just that little understanding there of that, you get a lot more interest. Do you need all that into a painting? That's up to you. Again, that's how much you're going to do, but how much you see. And so overall, in my first impression of it, I didn't see all that. Well, I saw some of it, but I'm not looking for that, so my mind kind of pushes away. I'm just looking for lights and mediums and darks. Now I'm coming in and breaking those areas up even smaller and smaller and smaller. If I little see the zone. That's how your painting evolves. Okay, and how much you do that is, of course, your statement as the artist. I'll put a little bit of light touch here, right where the antlers always go into the head. There'll be some lighter hair right there. So we'll just indicate that right like that. I want to, I'm going to overpaint something a little bit more and just indicate just a touch more light here and there in his face. This to lighten up his face, just a touch more than what he has there originally. And a few little strokes pulling down here like this that is just a little bit longer here. And then right up to the edge of that with some of that dark. There, that's where it helps his face come in. Those come in together. But you have that nice brown there rounding down. Here. Nice brown and burnt sienna. There, like that. That's pretty good. That gives a pretty nice face to him. You know, you can pick off and pick off even more. Like you could, you know, get that little, the break between his mouth there is right in there. And that little light lip line is actually going to be below that. So you can get that in a little bit, sneak that in a little bit more right in there. There, like that. So you see that light there. And little touches of that light will be through his face here a little bit more. You know, like I say, you know, how much you're going to add there, that's going to become your signature, you know, as you're painting. Okay. Little bits of light. How much you add? You know, he looks pretty good for right now, I think. You set that back. He's got a pretty darn good look to him. Now let's go back and correct our antlers, because our antlers got all gerfunky here. And actually, we lost a few of them there along the way, but that's okay. I put them right back in. You can go ahead and sketch them back in there too, but I'm going to start, and I kind of know where they are and see them, so I'm just going to take some lighter color here, some yellow light, and we'll start right back up at the tip, and see how that tip really shows up against that, and this is what I'm going to be looking for, is really using these lights here right up against this edge of those trees we put in, and really defining these antlers this time. Right up here. There's the tip of that one. Okay. Getting those lights that are out, you know, out through here. Let's see. Let's start with the ones that we know. Maybe we'll push as we added these two. So one right over here. Added that one. So add one right out over here. Drop that right in the base of that one. It's pretty good. Then there'll be one coming right out here. There'll be one coming right down here where I pushed into that rock. There. A little bit more light here. Let's drop this one in. A little bit of one right out here. This one curved down over like that. This one went up to the top up here. There like that. We had one that curved up like this. This one also curved up like that. This one came right in here like that. Good. Now we'll take some of that burnt sienna and a little bit of our blues. This makes that beautiful gray, lighter gray color here. Beautiful lighter gray tone. And you know, you look at that tone here, and you look at that, see, that's just right about the same tone, same color. And you know, it works. I mean, it really, really works. Let's put this down now. The gray is going to come down right where these are going to kind of join in, which is right down through here. So we'll push the gray right down to here, to where it joins in. Right there like that. And then we'll take a little bit of that gray right up here, but we'll be taking some of the sienna too. We'll tap a little bit of that gray into that light, a little bit of that gray out into here. Okay, let's take a little bit of that gray, like maybe right out into here, out into this antler. A little bit of that right out there. A little bit of that showing up here to this one. So I'm just kind of painting some of that gray that you'll see into the antlers. You might see it as a little bit of a shine or a light here. Just kind of drag some right there A little bit of that coming together there. Now the other part of the antlers also have the burnt sienna, a little bit of burnt umber and burnt sienna color onto them. Maybe even a touch of black with that. Okay, so we have to push some of those colors on. And that's going to come right up here like this. Dragging right up that side there. A little bit of a paint blue thing there. There we go. There. Let's this antler comes down and then right down into that. There. This antler comes down, a little bit of that right down into here. This rounds in. And a little bit of shadow here up onto the top of that. Right in there. You can see those colors coming in. Let's do a little bit of this gray, this brown and burnt sienna right up in here. A little bit of that happening maybe on the lower side here. There, like that. And a little bit down here. There. So you see the colors are really quite nice. And you know, if you let the paint get a little sticky, you get that little bit of a drag. Remember we talked about the granulation? So as this paint's starting to dry up right here, see I get this draggy granulation there. I can use that to just drag over the light color just a bit, and that helps incorporate the colors together and makes it all kind of, and gives it that bumpy appearance that happens to the horns right at the end there. Let's take a little bit of our lights here and light color. And just tap in some more light here. Maybe just we can overpaint that just a bit to just give a little more interest, maybe that area there. There, like that. Sometimes dragging your finger removes a little bit of the paint and reveals a little bit of the texture from the canvas or so, and that really looks nice as well. There we go. But I'll paint back and forth between some of the colors a couple times here to give some shape and stuff to the antlers and get those gray colors in there. Let's get some browns into this front part. And then maybe a little gray. There, like that. That's pretty nice. And then I just start looking for smaller and smaller areas, little bits of light, like I can maybe tap a little bit of light right in there, like that. You know, we have a little darker shadow coming right down here. That's nice. Maybe just a bit of the light tapping up the side there. You know, little taps of that color. Joining those in. There, look nice. Let's get a little bit more light onto that. There, like that. Work them a couple times. You know, there's slide your brush like this into the corner, picking up, and it picks up just a little corner of the light, and you can just drag that down like that and push that up like that, and you make that nice. You should have one or two of those kind of things. Then put a little shadow right there, you know, onto the antlers, because that's what's happening in real life to those. Get that curve into there. Maybe we'll put a curve right into here, even though the photo doesn't show it that much because of the way the antlers turn. We'll put one in. because those look really nice like that. We'll curve out this one as well, because that's what happens into the real antlers. Here, like that, maybe a bit more light. There, that's pretty nice. And got just a little, this kind of double highlight here. It isn't sitting well with that antler. So I'm just going to run my brush right along the edge of it there. Push that out and maybe set just another little light right there like that. And let's just push that right around the corner. That's pretty, like that. And let's drop that one right in here like this and push it around the corner and up. That's nice. Just push it right here on this one, down and around the corner. A little more light. There we go. And this one that we added here would look, these would look nice with that little rounded corner. This one as well. And right up through the center, because that's really where that is joining out. You know, whether you join in on the end or the center or the edge over here, turns the horn, turns it to different angles. So I'm going to join that one up right into the center. Just tap in a little light down there. Maybe just a bit of light here. Soften that out. And I think that's basically all those antlers really need there, is just some of that. Now let's set that back. Now you see with those softer rocks, stuff that are back there, see how those antlers really come forward here. That does exactly what we wanted that to do. I tore just a little bit of paint off of that mountain there, which easy to fix, a little blue, burnt sienna. Go through and fix up just a couple of little things here from my aggressive movement of stuff. Just adds more color in there, makes that look better. That's good. Tore a hole in my tree there. That's pretty good. So you see that. Now we can make that that elk, you know, pop off a little bit more. I'll show you some of those techniques. You can cool the color. Since the elk is so warm, we can actually physically do a cool, almost a cooler glaze in some areas, and that will, especially into the back through here, and that will push him even farther forward here. So if I take a little bit of my blue here, and even a cooler blue-green, a little bit of green into that blue here. Now we want to tone it down a little bit, so a little burnt sienna in there wouldn't be bad. Put a little extender into this to thin it out here. And we can use this, if we push this back like this, anywhere back through here, you'll see you'll push that, it'll cool, especially right along the back edge of the elk here, and up a little bit out. You'll see see how that pushes him even farther forward. And some artists use these types of glazing techniques like this, especially to control the temperature of stuff. So you see, but it's ever so thin. Doesn't need to be very much. It's just a little bit thin, and it really, really pushes him forward here. And we can use some of that to kind of model through up and through here, just to give a little more interest back there. Cool a little bit back over here. You don't need to push all of him forward. Just a few spots there will really push him forward. Like you can pick out right in here, and see that little bit that pushes there is going to help him push. It's going to help push some of the other parts of him forward as well. Now underneath here, where we have that shadow, remember we pushed that light that's in there, we can take a little bit of our yellow and white, so, or white and yellow as I picked it up. And we can decide here, maybe a little green into that. Nice warm yellow-green here. Just how much light this gets to contrast this area here that he's going to be pushed forward here as well. And we'll just touch some of that out here. Okay, and some of that is going to go. And now it's a matter of just building and building and building these tones through here. Many different ways here. But you see that really, really pushes him forward there. And painting, let's step back just a bit more here. See a little bit more of him. Now, from that initial, isn't it interesting, from that initial wash of color that we did on him that was this very, very sheer to how much is here, and that's just a building of depth. Now, when you're building him here, you know, now you just got to decide how much farther forward you want to go. If I start to take some of, like, for example, a real dark black and green and red violet here, real cool dark green. I don't have to push this everywhere, but if I push that like right in here, there's another part here. See, it's just a little bit of color. Let's just lighten and warm that just a bit as we gray this out. This is another way. You just take some, we call these just spotting the color, spotting the contrast here. And we do this in rose painting roses, especially in negative painting of roses, into the porcelain techniques of painting flower stuff. And the spotting the color like this really tends to push something forward without pushing every part of it forward. Gives you that nice contrast that's in here like this. And, you know, this is why I say, you know, I'm a painter, I'm an artist, and I paint all different kinds of stuff. I don't just paint wildlife. If I painted just wildlife, I'd probably get better and better and better at it. But I paint all different kinds of stuff because this is where I get my ideas for techniques or working something, is I paint it from one thing and then to the other thing. So I go back and forth, but let's put just a little color, little movement right back through there. But you see that little bit of dark right up in that area there. See how that just, boom, pushes him right forward here. And we'll just use just a few spots of that dark. The other thing now, you know, back in through here. Now the other thing too is, you know, you have your landscape set up here. We want some movement up and down, and we want to then also use the angles. And what I mean by that is, if I take my colors here like this and my knife, I want to give the impression of this sloping down. That's not really a good impression right there. So if I use my knife or something, and if I angle it like this, you'll see the slope to the grass here beginning this way, coming down like this. Do you see that? Okay, pulling down, sloping down. The angle at which you use stuff will give the viewer the suggestion, just like the angle of the rocks, just like the angle that we use in painting his body, building his shoulder or his back. So, you know, if I want this to be like a little hill, then I've got to angle it like it's the little hill coming down. And so maybe I want to continue that feeling of an angle coming down this way a little bit, just in a few areas, especially around his face, where the viewer sees that. So they'll see that as the feeling of a hill here, like this, going down. And maybe they'll pull down like this, and they'll get that feeling of that coming down like that hill. And maybe it's coming down, and then we'll build it, and we'll just kind of swing these all together here. You know, we don't quite know yet. We're just building it. So we'll push that in here. Make a little bit of that yellow and black. Let's push those tones in here. I like to get the richness of the tones, and this is where I start to build the tones, and, you know, take some of those, you know, those those elk colors and drop them in here as well, right back in through here. So you get some of those browns and those greens and some of these other tones here breaking up and through, and you can cool down. You can, but I'll play these kinds of things quite a bit. I'll play quite a few different tones back up and through here. Maybe I play this one up in here, a little bit more of that brown, that warm elk tone here. In here, and like I say, when I'm playing, or not playing, but when I'm building these types of situations here, these scenes and stuff like that with that, is especially into these grounds, I do a lot of colors back and forth, and sometimes I make the wrong color and then I change my mind, and when I change my mind I don't completely erase everything I've done before, so I keep that color tonal variation in there, you know, and that I've learned is very important. You know, if you make it, use it, utilize it already. Let's get some of that sky blue kind of color in there. Get those tones in there. Soften that. Watch everything in relationship to your elk there. You know, what's he saying here? And get some up here, some of this lighter. Just boom, 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 boom. Here, break some of that stuff up there. Nice warmth to that. Let's get some of that warmth back up in here. Might be a little too much here. Always wiping with that paper towel. A little yellow and green back into that. A little bit of white. Let's come right back into that again. And of course, there's all kinds of ways you see me, and you'll see me in the videos doing all different kinds of techniques here to build forward grasses and lands and shapes and slopes. I have all different kinds of techniques. You know, a lot of artists will use all different kinds of techniques, and that makes different types of paintings. And you know, that's your job, is to make different types of paintings. Sometimes I use this right with my knife, and I'll take all of that, model that all up, and then we'll break it up a little bit more with the knife, which puts on stuff a little bit different than what I did here earlier. Puts in colors a little heavier, but as I'm building the front part of this, I build color and color and color, and I keep building and building and building here, thickening the color up and trying different colors. And you know, I might eventually even go into some nice Hansa here into the very front to get some nice bright colors up here into the front here, which really starts to, you know, bring the front part of this painting forward, which is what I want to have. And so, you know, a little more greens and colors here coming through here like that, and hit it again and again and again and again, and that is what makes your painting beautiful here. You know, and you get these different tones and colors and stuff in here. A little bit of a Rocco hair there, our dog, and so he's always trying to add his 2 cents into the painting there. So we'll push some of this color in. You can make this into grasses and stuff, but see the variations of the tones there are nice. And you know, take some of the yellow oxide and burnt sienna here into some of these greens here, and build that again right up in here. Let some of these dark tones play in here as well, because you know, you'd have shadows from plants and grasses and stuff like that. You'd have some of those coming back down in there. And that's what's going to happen here. There we go. Some of those other tones, those nice warm tones there, all coming forward. Whoops, a little too much maybe. Bye-bye. A little dark. there. And then and here I let it to be really mottled, and then it just gets softer as it goes back here like this. Now we can take some light like this, even cool it down just a bit here. A little blue cools it down, and we just drag this at the slight angle there to make that little bit of slope into the land there. And a little bit of slope, and slowly have it kind of flatten out here. All kinds of ways. And you can build, some artists, some of the beautiful, elk painters and stuff will paint down trees and all that kind of stuff. Well, we'll do that in other lessons and stuff. I don't have a tremendous amount of time into this lesson to be able to do that, but maybe in the future we'll show you some downed trees and dead trees and other things. We have a little bit of a pine tree to paint up there. But let's get some darker tones, probably pulling forward here, sloping on this angle. Don't take too big a long a stroke, because that will distract from the elk. So keep all your strokes very controlled here and small, and then you can flatten it out here just a bit. So you get this nice slope coming down like that, and flatten it out a bit. Here, let's just take a little bit of this to the back. Just punch that around. A little bit of this to the back. See the angle here, if I go like this, I'm flattening it out a little bit more. And then I just model it around a little bit so it's not too perfect there. And that flattens it out, so you have some sloping ground here. We'll give just a little bit of a slope here. There, like that. And then that falling away to the back there. That's nice. That works pretty well. And let's grab just a little bit of this. Let me go right through his leg here. I'll put it back on. I just don't like painting around it because it looks like you painted around it. So I like to just kind of grab through there. And I know it means you have to go back and, add a few, restate some things. But, you're an artist. You're supposed to love to paint. So just go do it. That's my feeling on it. You're an artist. You love to paint. Just go put it back in again. And because if you paint around it, I don't care how careful you are, it looks like you painted around it. It doesn't, especially if you're a casual painter. Now, if I'm, decorative painting, I can paint around it and fool everybody because it's a different way, it's a different look. But here, everything is so casual that, it really makes a difference, what you're doing with it. Really makes a difference painting around because you do see it. Now let's take a little bit of that lighter green here. Just a little bit of that. Look at that pretty light green kind of playing, and that light playing against that those dark colors there. Those other colors there, that's kind of pretty. And you can use this for some grasses. I'll push a few little grasses in here. Here. And show you just a little bit of those grasses. I'll just soften some of that out. You just push, because you got so much color now, you can just push in and that will soften some of that in there like that. That works really nice that way. And so when I go to do the grasses and stuff, I take these are old pastry brushes and stuff. They're little 1-inch pastry brushes you can get. And, I can add all kinds of little grasses like this. I bend this out like this. And I'll just take some nice mottled light color here, some yellow and some green. Let's lighten this up with some white here. But I won't mix it up real well. So sometimes they're lighter yellow and green. I take the brush bristles and I bend them out like this. And then I pull through like this, and it gives me all kinds of like little tiny liner brushes here. Let me zoom in real close. You can see that a little bit more. And sometimes I push up like this which gives me longer growing grasses. Sometimes I pull down, but I'll push up and pull down. It gives me just little groups of grasses like this. Okay. You can push and pull in all kinds of areas like that, and stuff going out in the back. Soften some of those out, just kind of push into those a little bit like that. And you can come back in and set in some additional darks and stuff in there in between. You know, it's just a neat little quick little way to get some grasses and stuff into your painting there. You can do it with slightly darker colors here too as well. Here, different colors, little grasses there, and you'll set a few up over your his legs there, just like that. And then if you go back, just tap them smaller, because you're seeing the grasses get smaller. So, and as you get further back, all you're going to want, it really is a little bit of movement. So this is where I use the other end of the brush with it like this, and I just give some grassy kind of, I should set that back a little bit more, sorry. So I just set some of that light, and I use this edge here, and I just tap in some movement like this, maybe up and down that hillside movement like that, but you don't see quite as much here, there, like that. Then, so it's a neat little brush. It makes 1,000 little liner hairs like that, and you can, if you push up, you get one way, and if you pull down, you get another look. And you can change colors. I mean, you can do some more whites and stuff. You can come back, you know, for more interest, like I do in more in-depth paintings. Some of in the Wildlife Series #1, I did some very beautiful grasses in some of the summer flight and stuff with the ducks and stuff. And I would take, and I would come back in like this and push some dark in and out and around those grasses, just to add, and I do it 2-3 times like this, add some shadowing into the grasses, and then come back and set another little grass in like on top, and then you get more layers of the grasses like that. And then that gives you, and again, it's like when you're talking about your painting, it's how much time, you know, you're going to put into your painting. Now, I know a lot of you paint for your enjoyment. So take some time and do this, because it's fun. And add some little interest to that. Take some of your light colors, go back, add some light colors right back up on top of those areas there, and you create some more shadows and groups of grasses and stuff. You know, for us as production artists, you know, we have to decide just how much time we're going to put into the actual painting to what the selling price of that painting is going to be. That's because time, it's just like, you know, you're working, you're not working for the painting, you're working by the hour. How much, you got to figure out how much an hour you got to make to survive and stuff. So, and sometimes it's, artists don't work for enough. And it's, so it's, you've got to kind of balance that. But you see, that gives just a little more interest to some of your grasses by taking and pushing some back like that, and pushing some back out and softer and around, and taking some out and pushing around, and it just gives you a little more you know, interest to your grasses. Okay, now we have all of that, and I'm going to push some of this off to the side here, and we'll come back down like this, and now we'll start to look at what are we going to do over here towards this tree, and then I'll come back with the rocks one more time. Okay, so we have a little bit more here to do. So with the tree, with the pine tree that's over here, first I'm going to come back in and let's work that pine tree. Let's set these lighter greens up here for a second. I'll be probably using those in a minute. And I'm going to come back in with and paint my burnt sienna, my elk colors here again. And we'll drop some of that right in here like this and across. This is my little number 4 this time. And so I'm going to get a little bit more of a, and you know, trees, they'll widen out, you know, at the base a little bit. But pine trees, like you get those nice ponderosas and stuff, they don't always, they can be really tall and spindly as well. So a variation, a little burnt sienna, a little burnt umber there. Okay, down to the side here. Let's just push some of that in there like that. Okay. And then we'll come in and we'll set out a few branches of this too. A little burnt sienna, a little burnt umber, you know, to the branches. And I just want to start to set some of these out and use just a chisel of the brush and get very kind of casual with this. So I'll set one out here. Some of the, you know, setting in the tree there, some, you know, coming out and across and you know, through here. And, you know, I'm not going to be absolutely perfect with these. I'm just going to, you know, let some of these, you know, just give the impression of the tree branch here. I'm not going to, you know, be super careful, really, is what I want to say. Just you know, setting up some area here. And we'll, don't forget to put one off to the other side as well. Here like that. And we'll touch some, incorporate these into the trees, touch some, these branches, touch some burnt sienna down. We'll touch some light color up. We'll use some of that burnt sienna color to help out here as well. There like that. And then we'll go into, bring our yellow oxide back out here. A little bit of white and yellow oxide. Back out here as well. And get some of those colors. And I had that trees and stuff out here. Pictures. Take a few pictures. Put them out in front of you. Some trees that you might want to try to paint here. Some light colors. Just kind of drag through like this. You could use the knife. There's all kinds of ways. I like to use the little number 4 like this and just kind of drag a lot of times like this over something and put on some of those bark and stuff like that. Drag a little bit here like this. And it's, you know, this is, you can get wrapped up and you got to remember you've already got the majority of the painting done, which is the elk. And so this is just accent area here. So you just want to treat it as an accent area. Let's take a little bit of this light, incorporate that. In other words, kind of round it in, just like you did the horns on the elk. Just kind of set that in here, there like that. Take some of this green and light and just kind of change a few places, hit and miss there. And I'll restate some of those darks pulling back through and around as well here. Go back and forth a couple of times. And again, we're just suggesting, right? We're not going to spend a tremendous amount of time here because this is a painting of the elk here. And then I'll come in and we'll use some of our greens, some of the pine greens, a little bit of the blues here. We'll just model some of that up onto the brush here. And we're just going to set in some groups of leaves, or actually kind of needles and everything to it here. And in a pine tree there would be really quite more distinct in shape and quite a bit of shape. So, but I'm not painting this really as a pine tree, just as just a tree here. And so they would be more pointy and shaped and stuff. But I don't want to do that because I don't want to lose all my sky. So I want to be a little bit more careful in its application here for the tree, just to give an idea of a tree. And this could be just a high mountain tree You know, could be any of your pines and stuff like that, the high mountain trees that just have clumps here of these trees in different colors here. We'll have some heavier clumps and some lightweight clumps, but I don't want to lose all of my sky. So because that sky just adds so much light and interest back through there. So don't lose that, but just start adding a little bit to fill up. Don't forget to go in front of the tree a bit here, and we can add a bit more, like right in the front down through here, a little more green here. Maybe a little bit over that rock area there. Some more of a yellow green or something. Right up through here. But as you get back up to the top up here, just get a little more airy, so we don't cover up everything. Here, get a little bit of that brighter green right in there, and that really kind of pops that forward. There, like that. And that does its job. It looks like a tree there. You know, I used to get so wrapped up in the painting of the trees and making them so precise, and it just so took away from the painting or the subject of the painting. And so now I'm just kind of like, okay, let's just toss it all in here. You know, we might take some of our burnt sienna, a little yellow burnt sienna here, and just drag out a few more little edges or little branches out here like this, just to, that adds visually a little bit more interest and stuff like that. But you don't want to do it so much that it detracts here from the rest of the sky and covers up the sky and detracts from your elk there, like that. Just a few little things. That's kind of nice. A few little things like that. That works kind of nice out there. You can put in a couple of strokes of lighter yellow, green, but you know, don't get carried away here, because don't get carried. I'm telling you, not for you, but for me. That's that's just telling me, don't get carried away here, you know, because this isn't a tree. You know, this isn't the painting of a tree. This is just the idea of a tree here. Okay. Let's add some light little stuff right around our tree there. Some light little grasses and stuff. You can paint those down into position. Just a few horizontal lines give you, it's like the planes of the horizon, of the, what we call the horizontal planes or linear perspective. A few horizontal lines. See how it shoves everything back? We call that linear perspective. And I have entire educational videos on perspective too. It's great when we have it. Landscape perspective, linear perspectives, and aerial perspectives. It's a great lecture one. I highly recommend that one. So we could take some of those greens, those real light greens there, and just tap that through as well. And see, that just kind of changes all of that. We can even put some of those darker greens back through there. Little darker greens showing up here every once in a while. Little darker green things through. And little light ones on top of that. It just builds up even more grasses there, especially coming to the front. Here. There, like that. That's pretty good, and we'll set in a few little perspectives, horizontal lines here. Linear perspective. Push it back just a bit. There we got some nice Nice stuff going on there. And I might take just a bit of that again and just give some of that motion here to the back. Here, just a little bit of that breaking up, so you see just a few of those tones and stuff here. Just take them just lightly in the brush and just brush them back, even at that angle. But that brushing just breaks up that solid color. It just adds a little bit of interest from that solid color. You can tap it like this and it'll look just like little grasses up over those rocks there. Make some of it go up over the edges of those rocks, like that. Breaking that up. Yeah, that's pretty good. There, like that. That's nice. And that's too much right there. You gotta know when to stop. That's the hardest thing. There's one thing that's really nice about painting like this is I've made those mistakes so many times. I do know how to fix it. Just take a little darker tone green and blue and burnt sienna there and just paint that out a little bit like that. See that anchors it right back down. Then you know what you're doing. But I don't want to get too close to him right there. I wanted to keep that a little softer because that's just popping him right forward there. Like that. Okay, so now you look at him and say, do you know, after some of his highlights and stuff like that are settling down, do you need to do a little bit more to him? I don't think so. I think I kind of like everything that I'm seeing there. But I will want to put, let's put a few touches of these warm colors right into these. Well, that's got a little dark in it there too, doesn't it? Let's get a few warm colors right into these rocks here, right up in here into the front here. And grab a fresh paper towel. Let's clean that right back. Got some dark on that knife there. So let's clean that off. And we'll put some of these warms. Now see, again, I'm grabbing all of these colors that I have here from some of my other painting. And then tossing that into the rock and then turning that over to a gray. That's going to give you a harmony between the two. Okay, I'll add a little bit of light right up here to the front, model it so it's not completely all mixed together to one, and then you drag it over the surface here like this, lightly drag it, and remember the angle that you drag at, and that gives you that lovely pock mark kind of granite type look. We'll take a brown black here and pull through just a bit, tap through just a bit, set some of that in here sideways like this, some other little tones into those rocks. Set some of those, we can do the plane thing here where we hit the light struck plane. We just pull that light plane like that, and then pull down slightly, create that little receding plane, and then you can put on some shadow to a shadow plane there. Here, just some nice soft little rock like that. Okay, how much you're going to do and how much you paint on it is up to you, but it's also up to the controlling factor, which is your elk. How much can your elk support? How much, light dark interest do you have in your elk that you can support painting a lot of the world's most gorgeous rocks up here? And so if you want more, more on rocks, because this isn't a painting of rocks, but if you want more on rocks, here, I have all kinds of educational stuff up for painting rocks, how I go about doing rocks, and I use all kinds of different techniques for them. But, basically the rocks are this, and it's just real simple, is that there's 3 planes. And, we don't really have a whole bunch here, like if I look back up and through here, but you have the light struck plane, then you have a receding plane, which is a mid-tone here, and then this up and down here like this is the shadow plane. Got to be careful how much dark I add, because that brings it forward. It brings it contrast and brings it forward here, and I don't want to add too much back in through here. But So, but up in here I could have a little bit more, and all again depending on the elk. And so here would be a receding plane, kind of a lower tone than the light tone, and then if I go up and down like this, I can divide that rock up a little bit more and make a shadowy plane over to this side. If light's coming in this way, this would be the shadow plane size of that rock. And we can create kind of a mid plane here. So you paint in planes here, but that just creates like a shadow plane. And you know, you can hit with some of the other warmer tones, like here, some of these yellows that are right here, right into some of these grays. And let's just set a medium tone here, medium plane, medium tone here. Get a few more little jagged here for the shadowy plane ones. So I could set in a nice rocky kind of shadowy plane there like that. And then come back with like a medium color as well. And if I wanted these to be more rounded over, set in a medium plane. See how that starts to round over and maybe over to the light a little bit more. So the more I work the values closer together, just like what we do on his shoulder and stuff in here, or his into his back leg where we put a darker plane and the medium plane here, you round over the rocks. It's just the same as painting the angles and stuff on him as well. And you do want to use kind of the same, you know, here you got rocks in the front of him that are going to go with your painting here. So you do want to use kind of the technique so the rocks do go with him. And I use a lot of the palette knife on them just to put down large bits of color. But then I want to come back and give these rocks kind of the look that are going to be on him as well. So just working smaller little touches of values. Three, basically light, medium, and dark. Medium, you think of everything moving away from the light. So you have the light moving away from the light, then the shadow. Here, so I'm moving away from the light, so I'm using more of a medium tone. Moving away from the light. And then a darker tone up here to shadow. To set in and say, oh, boom, there's a shadow. The shadow tones here. Just like that. Okay. And drop in a little bit of a light tone here. Don't forget you can pull across the width of the rock as well. Then set in a medium tone here, moving away from that light. Here. Moving away from the light. And then a little more brown black. Deeper, little dark shadow tone here. There, like that. And set in a little bit more light. And let's just move a medium tone, move away from it. There we go. Sometimes you don't need to add the shadow tone. You can just move away from it there. You can go in and add more jagged looks, or let's just add like another little jagged area right there, and then just move away from it with a little medium color, and you just added another little jagged edge of the rock. So, all kinds of ways. Let's build this up just a bit more. There. Move away from that a bit. There, like that. So you got some different rocks up there like that. And especially these outside ones here, I won't spend too much time because this is a painting of the elk. And the more work that I put into these rocks, I just give them an idea and a look. And let's just round this one over just a bit here. So I just put a receding tone to move away from the rock or move away from the light type of tone here. And that will round that rock over right there. A little bit of shadow tone here at the base of it. There, like that. There. That's all it needs to have. And then look at that. So let's step back here. Whoa, that's a little far. we don't need to go back that far. And look at our painting here and see. So we got all that. Could I have a little bit more in here? I could probably have a few more, now that I finish those rocks, a few more little bushes and stuff like that. I don't think I really want to do anything more to him. I might, I might look up to maybe popping those, well actually there's a little hole in my mountain here I should fix. Go through and fix your little holes from where I set that palette up there. Fix some of that. See, I don't even worry about using the same color. If I use that color, I just drag it around a little bit and it'll all look like it's part of it there. So that works there. Now we'll come back in here and let's just take a little bit of our yellow and white, and I want to really pop the edges of those. I love to paint the antlers. I'm all about painting the antlers. Now that I know how to paint antlers, I like to paint antlers. So I really like the antlers to like really pop. So I'm really going to give them another little dose here of those lights and darks if they need here, just to pop off. Yeah, that's nice. There. But to me, it's like one of the wonderful, fun parts about painting the elk is once you see these antlers is to be able to paint the antlers. And so, you don't round, we put those rounds. Don't round every single one, but you round in a few of them because they only round if you see it. Because if it's the antlers joining around from the backside, you don't see it as a round, you see it as an angle. So really into really beautiful antlers, you should have both. Or you can follow the photo of the elk there, or the animal that you're painting. But because of the way in which a photo's taken, you might see them and you might not see them. And so there's something that I noticed that you definitely see, quite a bit in some and not very much in others. But it's something that I find is a unique little feature to the antler. So you're the artist. You can always add them, just make sure that as you're spinning that around and adding that in, that you're, that you're giving some and then some let them sit at an angle. But it's adds a lot to the painting. We'll go back to that little gray color here. Take that light back in just a bit like that. It's kind of pretty. Let's break that just a touch here. There we go. That looks nice. So those antlers, one I really want to pop up is this one at the top up here. It's up against that mountain, and I really want that to pop up there. So a little bit more light on that tip. They don't always have light tips, of course, in there. They all depend if they're in velvet and all that kind of stuff. Lots of different looks, and so that's for you as the artist to decide what it is that you're going to paint. So, but they're really fun to paint. I'm going to add just a touch of that light, a little bit more of that highlight, just a touch of it over here onto that. Sometimes I'll put a little C-stroke of dark inside the nostrils, but I don't think we need it on him. I think he's got a pretty good look for that. You just got to get rid of the Rocco hair there. And that looks pretty good. So then you have to decide, do you want to put on any more, a little bit of a shine? You might look through a few more, animals and see a few more pictures and see, do you want, how much more do you want to do in that? But you have your basic structure. Start out by, let's review here just a little bit. Start out by sketching your ovals. Putting your ovals together. Okay, and looking for the shape of everything as an oval. When you look at any type of photo here, here's the oval that's here. And you're going to turn him by the position of the ovals. This one, here's the oval of his body. Here's the oval of his neck. Here's the oval basically of his head here. And then you're going to have this, you almost take this oval to a rounding shape here for the rump. Do you see that? You do that on elk, you do that on horses and stuff. And then once I set that, then I can start sketching the line. And again, when I sketch and when I paint and everything that I do, I start to use, a little bit more of a straight type line when I'm doing that, and that just gives me a little bit better, or a little bit better look. Sometimes, depending on the position of his body, position of his legs, you see the little joint, light little joining bit right in here. He doesn't have it on this particular one here, so I won't paint it, but on the other ones you'll see that. That's something to look for too. So start to look for some of the anatomy of it to make sure that you're getting that correct. I'm just going to clean up the front edge of his little bit here where I got a little bit of the grass up into here, and I really want this edge right in here clean, because this is what breaks him off of the painting here. This, and it's just that nice contrast there. And I tore out some of the green there, so I'll be putting that back. I tell you, it's just a constant little thing of fixing. Do one thing, fix another. There we go. I think that's got it. Hey, thanks very much for joining me. Okay, and I hope you I hope you enjoy it. I hope you give it an animal like this a try. There are a lot of fun. I never thought I could do it when I first did it. It was like, whoa, you know, look at that, and look at the body structure and stuff. But break it down and start looking at those tones. Now, looking at tones is something that you have to train your eye to see. You might not see it. And so the very first thing you do is break it up into the large areas of the tone, and then slowly what you do is you slowly add other tones and other tones and other tones, breaking it smaller and smaller and smaller. And there goes a big helicopter right overhead right now. But you break this up smaller and smaller and smaller into these smaller areas of tones. And then after you get those smaller areas of tones, then you can look for the little shines and stuff like that. You may not your first time through, you may not see exactly all of the tones. And that's something that after you look at it a little more and a little bit more and a little bit more, you'll start to see those things. And so that's something that, I'm just going to put a little shadow in here. I see some things that I want to do to him, like that little shadow that's right there. Push that in. Sorry about that. You start to see those tones. And that comes. And so now, but like when I first looked at those photos, when I first looked at this photo, when we looked at it together, I didn't see like the little gray tone that's on here. After looking at all these tones that we did, let's go back and look at this for just 1 second here. Look at the close-up that you see here of him. Now you're going to start seeing other little tones, and you're going to start seeing other little strokes you can take, like this little stroke here. Look, there's a stroke that you could take right there. There's that one. There's a little touch of a light tone there. Look how this kind of curves this way and then pulls out this way. Okay, all of those put together gives the shape and stuff to his head. You just don't put color down this way, because see, look, you have a light tone, and look, this light tone actually angles out just a little bit like this, and that's what's making his eye protrude out, that slight little angle out like that. Okay, and then this slight little angle there like that is what, pulling down. You can see it mostly right in here. You see that light tone maybe coming this way, like that. But that makes that eye protrude out over the head. It gives it that protrusion that you see on the other side. But look at the little tones that you start to see, the variation of all the tones, more of the burnt siennas and yellows, more of a purpley or blackish, a little bit of burnt umber and blue and some black to hit that, or even a little red violet and some of those other colors in there. So you see those tones changing, and that'll come with time. And if you don't, and the more you do it, the more your eye starts to see more and more and more of those variations of tones. Okay, and as we get more advanced into this, we'll do that. I have other elk and stuff out there. On Guard is a painting I love, where I paint a lot of different tones into that face onto him. So those of you that want to continue on and study some of those, we already have some of those others that you can paint. Okay, give them a try. All right. And as always, if you have any kinds of questions, you can always write to us at the Jansen Art Studio. And jansenartstudio@aol.com. You can always visit us on our website store at jansenartstore.com, and there's a comment section there, and you can comment, and we'll get that and pass that on to me and stuff. Sometimes it takes me a while to answer all the questions, but I'll try to get to you, okay? And those of you that are painting or on Facebook and everything, join us on all of our pages on page on Facebook. Just look for our name, Jansen Art Studio, and then we'll give you the links to everything else. And we have the Heritage Artist Group. We have a lot of different things, okay? I'll look to see in some of those and look at some of those other DVDs. And until then, have a good time painting them. He's a lot of fun. And give some a try. Okay? I'll see you later. Bye-bye.